I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
I love that song. Thank you, My Funded Futures. Welcome everyone to My Funded Futures, My Funded TV. Happy Friday. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick.
There we go. We got a theme song.
Yeah, that was a great song. I loved it. Like, I thought it was just gonna play some like I didn't know it was gonna like start saying my.
I was like, what is this?
Threw me
I
off.
was like, wait a minute, we got a jam.
It was good. Chat, good morning, chat. Queen of Trade says, nice song. Fire Friday, TD Trade. Woo-hoo. How is your morning going so far, Barbie?
Good. I caught a little bit of this long already, so I feel like mission accomplished, and I can just relax and catch any little setups that I want to after this.
Oh, sweet. I can't wait to see that long. If you can review it for us later, I'd love to see it. Market is up 85 points, NASDAQ right now in the green. Nick, how's your morning going so far?
So far, so good. My dog broke out of the fence, so I had to run him down here before we started this morning. So it was, I got back here in time. So it was great. It's great. So far, so good.
Your dog knocked down the fence or jumped
over?
No,
he snuck under it and like ran out. I was actually sitting here at my desk, and then like I see him run the windows right here. I see him just run across the yard. I'm like, oh my gosh! So I had to run down the street and go get him. Yeah. So.
Ooh, like panic.
Yeah, that's happened to me before. Especially if it's like 8:55 too. So. Oof.
Oh my gosh. Could not tell. You're cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Barbie, do you want to start and show us what you're looking at and the trade that you took this morning?
Sure. I mean, I didn't take like a super high quality setup or anything, but I did just take a little scalp when we were smashing through this level down here on the data. I just really quickly kind of grabbed some and kind of played up into this level and then some of this consolidation afterwards. So nothing super high quality, but I kind of liked the setup. I noticed that every single time the market keeps pushing lower, we just keep getting bought up. So you can see that on the daily chart too. I've been kind of talking about, we were like stuck in the no man's land in the middle here, and I was waiting for us to kind of get into this neighborhood or that neighborhood, and we're up into this neighborhood. You can tell every time we kind of take a little trip out of it, we end up back into this neighborhood, and this is the neighborhood that likes to push all-time highs. This is kind of the all-time high zone. So that I'm taking note of that. We did put in that doji on whatever the last day we were here. Or that was the data. That was, yeah, Wednesday. The last day we were here. We just put in kind of this wimpy little doji, and the market's already charging forward. And I did want to bring this up because I know that like the news really gets us. I'm going to stay on this one for a minute, but the news gets us really hyped up sometimes. And like the war news has been driving the market right now. But I think it's really important to understand that a lot of these conflicts, like the Israel-Iran conflict, there's a lot of new developments, and including how the United States has gotten involved in it. But a lot of these wars have been going on for 30, 40 years. And so I think that's kind of why the market is just not as worried about it as the news is. So that kind of makes sense. We have the VIX still moving down. So the market's just not, it's not hanging on to that big scary news the way it could. So moving down into the levels, I did want to point out that today is the option expiration day. We can talk about that a little bit later if y'all want to. But it can make the market kind of chop around as kind of the option market's getting balanced. Basically, there's options expiring all the time, but today there's more options expiring, including the monthly expiration. So it's a bigger deal. Mm. But here is kind of what we were talking about. So we actually have a gap down below. So that gives us a really easy target. My little gap didn't copy over. There it is. So the yellow box is the little gap up that we had. The market just literally put in a little gap up on I guess, good vibes. So that's where we are. That's going to be the immediate target if we start breaking lower. And when I was kind of coming up with this plan, we were in this area. So I was kind of looking to see if we were going to break up or break down. And we are doing the break up. If we had broken down below 60.17, that's when I would have been really looking to get this gap filled. So I'm still kind of watching that. If the market kind of changes its mind and puts in, because you can see we have the lower high, lower low. So this could potentially be a lower high if we put that in, which would then put a big old target. I even put a target on that level down there around 59.80 because that was the spot. But if the market's too optimistic, away we go. So the levels that I'm looking at higher, we already kind of made this break. I was looking for this break here. So it could be that we kind of come up here to the 60, basically the 60 level, the 60 to 60 63, kind of in that area. I wonder if we are going to hit some sell orders up there, a bunch of people taking profit, and then kind of come back down and retest the 60.43 level. So that's definitely a possibility. It could definitely test back down into 60.30. 60.30 kept coming up on the old contracts, and now it might be coming up on this new contract too. We'll see. If we really start breaking out, and we've got the highs from that Wednesday. I'm so lost on what day it is right now. What is this holiday on a Thursday? Like, what? In the middle of summer too, and we're trying to figure out what's going on with life anyway. But we have the high from Wednesday put in there around 60.73.75. So that's kind of the next obvious target and the next breaking point. And because it's the option expiration, I would expect a reaction at these levels more than even usual, because we can kind of end up being really choppy. So I'm not looking to have a major breakout where we keep breaking out and breaking out. We can also have short squeezes on option expiration days. It's just the behaviors are kind of weird because the market gets knocked around a little bit more. But we do have the highs from these other days. We have 60.82. That level kept coming into play the other day. That one definitely, we have all these wicks up there. So that one would be a kind of key retest area. And then we have the highs from Monday too up there around 61.09. So definitely kind of choppy leaning conditions, but the market seems happy so far. So we'll see if we could just be getting the move kind of early and then fall into chop. But hopefully we still get some volatility today.
Thank you, Barbie. The market just keeps grinding higher. Slow walk higher. Yeah. Nick, what are you thinking for the day?
Yeah, so I actually got long last night on a swing account I had that allows me to hold overnight. I'll show you guys what I was thinking and why I got in and what I'm anticipating for today. So if you look at the daily chart, we have neglected this SMT that was here on the daily. So NQ and ES have both ran these lows. And if you can see, look at this daily candle, I'm expecting more of a body up to here. I think we get to previous day high. So what I was thinking of last night when I took this position was, it was basically my whole model just on the higher time frames. So we had a daily key level that was hit, right? So equal lows right here. And then hourly started to displace to the upside. And we had our hourly breaker or unicorn. I'm sure you guys that watch Ash understand what this is. So the last move up before the move down, it took this liquidity and actually got long right in here, basically no drawdown. And I'm still in that position. I'm actually going to hold it up to these highs up here, I think from last Wednesday, because this displacement looks very, very good. And what I'm watching for on the day is maybe a return back into an hourly fair value gap, where I look to frame a 5-minute model inside of here to previous day high, which is right here. So as for we don't have news today. No, we don't have news today. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching. ES, I think she was talking about 60-30s levels. That lines up with my levels too. Right around in here, hourly fair value gap. and the hourly fair value gap here. This is literally the only thing I'm watching. If we just go higher from here, I'm not gonna add in on an intraday trade. But if we come lower into here, I will look to take a stab at longs, because I just don't see this being disrespected. I think this is like a market maker model back up to the highs. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching. Everything else to me just kind of looks doesn't look very good. I thought gold would be a little bit better. Looks like silver wanted to be the one that ran higher. And as for ES or NQ, it doesn't matter to me which one people would like to long. Just pay attention. What I like to do when I'm watching hourly key levels is just mark off, set alerts on the levels themselves, and then it's just 99% waiting, right? All trading really is. So that's what I'll do. I'll sit here and wait till price comes into that level. If not, I have a swing position open from overnight, and yeah.
Nice trade from last night.
Yeah, no, it's up pretty good. Yeah, it's nice. But yeah, daily when it looks like this is kind of sus for shorts. I think it goes back to what Barbie said. It's been like this war stuff has been going on for like 40-50 years, so it's not like it's kind of already people are expecting shorts, and we just ripped higher, and yeah, so that's kind of what I'm watching for the morning.
Shorts getting squeezed like toothpaste.
I think previous day high is like a low hanging fruit. I think we get there today.
Okay. So everyone, smash the like button, share the show. Let's get our numbers up. Should we set the first bounty? Mike says we should. What do you guys think? Nick?
Yeah. Someone asked about my stop here. I'm so sorry about that. So this was the entry, actually got slipped a little bit here. Stop was below here, target up to previous week high right there. So a clear invalidation of this fair value gap would be like kind of like my stop. So a stop below there would be ideal. So yeah. Sorry about that.
Nick. No, it's good. We love hearing all of it. So anytime, just jump in, let us know what you're thinking, your ideas. So I'm seeing 500 likes. Mike says we should go for 500 likes. Amir says 800.
I like the
views.
ambition.
I know, it's Friday. Yes, it is Friday. Edgarus. 500 likes, 500 likes. I'm seeing 500 likes. What are we at right now? I always have to hit refresh. We're at 171 likes. I think we can do 500. What do you guys think? Barbie, Nick, is that 500 likes?
Easy peasy. We can do better than that. But
Okay.
I guess if you want to be generous, we can start there.
Start 500. Let's start 500. So, okay, let's set it at 500 likes, and everyone share the stream, share the show. Let's get this party started. Let's get those likes up, the views up. And then once we hit the first bounty, then it unlocks our first giveaway. And then we don't know when it will drop. It will drop maybe in the next few minutes or in 20 minutes. We don't know. So let's unlock the first treasure. Speaking of treasure, this week's promo, if you use code YouTube when you buy a Starter Plus or an expert account and you pass it, you get a free one. And guess what? Guess what, Barbie? Guess what, Nick?
Guess what?
I'm done with the promo code and I got my free account.
Awesome.
Right? It's so cool. It feels like such a nice reward. Vala Trace says chicken butt. It's a joke. Guess what? Chicken butt. I'm sure there's people listening who've never heard of that joke before. Market is pushing higher. We're at about 103 points in the NASDAQ. Wow. We are making a new high on the day. It's wanting to make a new one right here. Are you still in the long, Nick?
Yeah, so my break even is actually at previous day high, so I'll go break even once we get the previous day high. But as for right now, my stop is still right here on that. But for futures, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna be watching what happens if we run back into this fair value gap right here. It's probably more likely it runs previous day high than give me an intraday trade. So, but you know, either way, I'm happy. I'm cool with it.
Yeah, great trade. I wish I was in that long. Like,
Yeah, that was a pretty good trade. That was like no drawdown, barely at all. So I just happened to check the charts because my alerts kept going off last night. I guess because it's big green candle. I'm like, man, if we get a nice couple closes right here, this would be pretty good. But yeah, no, but hopefully we get some intraday trade. I'd like to. My last one was on Monday, Tuesday. No, Wednesday when we were last here. So Wednesday and Monday were my only trades for the day.
nice. So you typically tend to enjoy swing trading more than like intraday?
No, like I just have an account for swings. Like if I see a move that's I'm anticipating to happen, like I'll take it and it's high probability. But I like trading like, you know, from 9:30 to like 11:30 every day. I like the intraday trades a little bit better, but because holding, especially with, you know, Trump president and all this war stuff, like holding swings right now is just kind of, you know, it can be scary. And
Yeah.
usually swings, you want to see big daily expansions, but like whereas like here, like this daily chart isn't really going anywhere. We're still in the same range we were in early June, late May. So it's like, you know, but this is a very good candle formation on the daily. So maybe it works out.
Yeah, we never know. We think so. That's why we get in the trade and then just kind of let the numbers work out.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us more about the unicorn strategy. I heard you say unicorn.
Yeah. By the way, we got 637 likes, I think.
Oh my God, we're already there? So fast. Good job, guys.
I think 904 actually. Is mine right or?
Whoa, you guys are so awesome. Happy Friday. Awesome job, guys. So we did hit the first bounty. KV says 600 hit. Yes. And so we don't know when the bounty will drop. It will drop. And so everyone stay tuned. Hang out with us, trade with us, chat it up with us. Market keeps pushing higher. We are at 114 points in the NQ in the green.
Yeah, no, I just happened to check. I saw 1.2, 700, 630, 900, and now 1.2. I'm like, holy cow. But yeah, I mean, I'll explain it here pretty much. So let me just go a blank chart here. Basically, it all comes down to, let me go to the other trade from Monday. When was this? Yeah, so this is actually a great example here. It all starts with like drawing liquidity, right? Like where you anticipate price to go. And it's all it is an entry model, but my draw for going to Monday was previous day high, which was actually the Friday open Thursday night on futures. And going into the session, I noticed that we had a point of interest like a fair value gap, and I marked that off. And I also like to use swing highs and lows. So if this swing low could have been 1, 2, but once price comes into it, I'll drop down to the 5-minute chart. And you can do this, like if you guys trade the 1 minute, you can do it for like the M15. So just mark off M15 points of interest. So once price comes into here, I'll drop to the 5-minute chart. And then I'll wait for a lower time frame stop run. And then I'll look for displacement in the opposite way towards this draw on liquidity. And all really like a breaker is just like a unicorn. It's just a last move, like the last move up before the move down that takes liquidity. So it's basically just like a break and retest. So your entry would be right around in here. Once you get the close above, and you'd set your limit right here, stop below here, target up to here, and then you get something like that. That's pretty much all it is, and then vice
A
versa.
break,
It's basically
a
just
break
the
and
entry
retest.
model to target. Everyone gets all into like entries and things like that. But if you don't have like, I see so many of these per day, but like if you don't align it with the time frames, it's basically just meaningless, right? You're just a pattern trader. So you have to have a good draw on liquidity, I found, to make these setups even more high probability. So yeah.
And what does that exactly mean? Like draw on liquidity?
So like where I'm anticipating price to go, right? So it's really only doing like a couple of things every single day. So for me, after we started displacing lower all week on the hourly chart, like my draw was these relative equal lows on the daily, because these are, you know, relative equal lows, basically where price to gravitate towards, because like I said, it's only doing one or two things, going for highs or lows or reaching for internal range liquidity such as fair value gaps. So this hourly fair value gap would be a great example of internal range liquidity, because this is external, right? This previous day high and this low from last night, this would be an example of an internal range liquidity. And yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So a lot of people, you can play both sides. So you can play a move back to here, but I've found like the best trade setups are the ones that are going internal to external, because that's usually on the side of higher time frame order flow.
It's like a stronger people repositioning more people because it's on a higher time frame.
Right. Yeah. And one of the biggest mistakes I made when I first started was like I would have like good levels marked off ahead of like the open or, you know, going into the session. But my problem was I wasn't waiting for like, I guess, like an intermediate time frame, like the 1 hour or the 4 hour to confirm that narrative. So once price came down to this daily level, I would just immediately drop to like the lower time frame chart and try to find a trade in here. The problem is you're not going to get it until the hourly confirms it wants to, you know, go the other way. So, I mean, here it actually worked out. Like if you would just bought the low, like from this daily equal lows and stop below here, it would have, you know, actually you would have been, it would have worked out. But a lot of times what you'll see is some consolidation after it runs external high or a low, because, you know, before it wants to consolidate and then it'll want to expand. So, yeah.
Thanks, Nick. Market is going to open in less than 3 minutes. Let's go. Barbie, do you want to do the ding, ding, ding with me?
Yeah, I can. I'm just watching this move right now. I'm actually still in it. My runner is still going.
Oh
I
my
love this
gosh.
because I have Ninja Trader doing my trail, so it's just cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. I love it when we get big candles when I'm in a trail. It's my favorite.
It makes that sound.
Cha-ching. Yeah. Every time
Market
it
is
trails.
pushing.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, it is really pushing. So this is, we're going to open in less than 2 minutes. This is part of the market on open. So I did hear Wallace. I did hear Wallace speaking this morning on CNBC, and it sounded very bullish. And then the market was like going bull while he was speaking. I didn't hear exactly what he was saying. I just knew that a Fed speaker was speaking and the market was reacting. Nick says bullish for me. What are you guys thinking? Bullish, bull, Barbie, bull today?
Oh yeah, NQ took previous day high actually.
Oh, it
yeah.
did.
So far,
Nice.
we're it's doing the setup that I wanted. It's just doing it earlier than I wanted it to. I wanted to enjoy this with everyone after market. So that's kind of hard. It's like, yeah, we were already doing the bullish plan, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, less than 1 minute.
I'm going break even right now on this. So
nice.
We'll see if ES. I would like for ES to actually take previous day high too. One thing I don't like seeing. Oh, go ahead, Barbie.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. I know if you're showing charts or something.
Market's about to open. Are we doing? Barbie, can you count us down, please? I don't have the thing. Once we get.
We still have 15 seconds.
15 seconds, everyone. Get ready. Market is about to open.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, a ding, ding today.
Market is open. Here we go. NQ is at about 113 points in the green. It looks like it wants to fill a gap. It is coming down.
Yeah, I hit my trail. That's okay. I was pretty happy with that. So
yeah, and that's what trails are for, right?
Yeah, and my entertainment when it goes cha-ching, cha-ching.
Every time it moves.
Yeah.
How many points do you have it trailing? Before
It's on a it depends on how fast it's moving. It's a parabolic stop on that one.
Oh.
I have a bunch of different brackets actually, but that was it's that last. My favorite bracket has that on the very last one. So if I'm totally distracted doing laundry or whatever, I still get my money.
That is the best when you can go and do other things and then your trade just works and makes you money. Yeah. So I'm not sure why. So I'm on Trade of 8 right now, and so this number says 40-ish points in the green. I'm not sure why the number was less before. Sometimes it does that on Trade of 8. I'm not sure like what number that changes to. Okay, we are pushing higher still. We're up about 1.5% from unchanged. Here's VWAP. This is just straight up. To see this trend? So yeah. It's just straight up. Not a good day to be a bear. Not yet, anyway.
So far.
Yeah, not so far.
I think things could change, but yeah, I mean, that was the move that I was really kind of looking for. But it's just done it already. So we'll see. This was the other thing that I was looking for. If we start tagging these highs, and we didn't quite get the one from Wednesday, but we do have we're just trying to make that move back down. Maybe we do need to kind of get through that high from Wednesday in order to make the market happy, in order to move that down.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't complaining about the holiday. I was complaining about the holiday being in the middle of the week on a Thursday. I just want to be clear about that because someone was being nasty in the chat. There's no reason to be nasty about that. But yeah, it is hard, like mentally, when you have the holiday in the middle of the week. And then I kind of wonder, like, are there a bunch of traders taking a long weekend because of it being this Friday is just kind of like an island day, an island work day in the middle of the weekend and a holiday. But we did talk about what the holiday was. I'm not saying the holiday was stupid. I'm saying have it in the middle of the week is mentally a challenge.
Yeah, I think it's a very important holiday too, and it should just be on a Monday because many important holidays are on Mondays. Like
yeah, it doesn't always necessarily fall on a Thursday. It just did this year. Mm-hmm. And I really worry about volume when we have that sort of situation because we're thinking about, okay, I know a lot of us are not where we want to be in the journey. We want to be making 6 figures, 7 figures, whatever your big goal is, that's where we want to be. The people who are there, are the people who are making 7 figures a year in finance, did they take a vacation this week or, an extended weekend? Maybe. Because then they're only, having to take a day off and you can get 4 days. Mm-hmm. So that is something you kind of have to think about a little bit. It's retail traders don't rule the market.
It's the institutions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, market is still kind of ranging in this first candle. We do have volatility, so that's good for the day. So far, it's looking like, yeah. We'll see what happens here. Nick, do you ever trade with VWAP?
I don't.
It's my favorite EMA, my favorite moving average.
Was it volume weighted average price, right?
Yeah, you got it. So institutions use it often to execute big orders for their clients. And they'll use it by, it's like a measurement of how well they executed the trade. So if someone's trying to buy, how close to VWAP did you get? Or if someone is selling a giant order, how close to VWAP did you, sell at? And so that's why sometimes we'll see price like let's say on a super bullish day, and then it will shoot up and then it'll come down and it'll test VWAP. And the second it comes close to it or it touches it, it just shoots back up. And so some traders will only trade like a VWAP trade, which I think is very interesting. It's like a simple idea, right? Like buy the average when the market is super bullish and we get a pullback. That is not advice. Just some traders trade that way. Market is making new highs today. It's looking like it just wants to run. Wait and see. So our first 5-minute candle is in. We're working on the second 5-minute candle.
Yeah, not nearly as exciting as the pre-market was, but we'll see.
Yeah. Maybe it's taking a breath. It's breathing.
I mean, the volume wasn't bad on that first 5-minute candle, so that's what I kind of worry about. Like I was saying with the holiday situation, that is just a fact. So people like taking vacations, no matter what the holiday is. But the market, like I'm just still seeing buy on the tape. It's kind of crazy, actually.
Mm-hmm. Wow, pushing higher. We just made another high. 22,000. Yeah, 22,117.75.
Doing pretty good.
What a pump. So while we're letting this market shake out, we have to celebrate. Let's do some celebrating. Nick, are you down for celebrating?
Yeah, let's do it. Friday, for sure.
Barbie, we have Dell to celebrate. Dell in the chat.
Do.
Dell, congratulations. You placed 7th in the Ninja Trading Competition hosted by our bull Barbie. Congratulations. Everyone type W in chat to help celebrate with Dell. Woohoo!
I have the leaderboard. I brought the top 20 up. If I don't know if we can show that, but we have, so yeah, Dell in 7th place. So this was on a $25,000 sim. This is our proud chat member here, lucky number 7. This is the total profit. So on profit on 25K in 3 days, just a casual little 111,000. So
just casual.
Just casual. I don't know if we have anybody else in the chat on this list, but I know Dell's here pretty much every day. So definitely want to celebrate that.
Yes, that's so cool. So how did it go? What was your experience like, Barbie?
Well, I didn't get to trade in it that much because I ended up being like sick over some of it, but I definitely want to do this again. So when I was first talking to Ninja, they had so many different questions about all these different things that we can do. But I was originally thinking that a longer competition would be better. Now I kind of like these shorter ones. So I think I'm going to talk about doing another one soon. I know that MyFundedFutures is working on bringing some, hopefully in August, but I don't think we have an official date yet. So until then, maybe I can get another one of these. Y'all can go give it another practice round. So
yes,
I'm thinking about another shorter one. So I kind of liked this. So you can just focus for a couple days.
Yep.
Do some damage.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to enter it, but I was traveling and I knew I would want to trade all night and day because I'm so
that is the
competitive.
thing. Yeah. The cool thing about these competitions is you can kind of go outside your comfort zone and trade the Globex Open and all these different kind of times because it's a larger account and larger than you're used to dealing with, and you can do some kind of extra things with it. So you can actually hold over the close too. It's just you have to change your
the code.
There it is.
Shake out 50. 50 free resets. Use Shake Out 50. Let us know in chat if you got it.
The market's still pumping. So I'm still looking for that. The next 2 levels on ES is 60.73.75 and the 60.82.50. Although the 82.50 level is a volume profile level, so that one's not going to be as precise. That's more of an area. So like 60.80-ish.
Whew, it is just pumping higher. Okay, so first 3 candles, all green.
The codes are getting freaky, they said.
Oh, yes,
We
there's
can't
two.
make it easy for you guys. Plus, it's Friday.
It is
And
Friday. Okay,
officially
third
it's Fun
candle.
Friday, but you know, there's a lot of F's that we can do on Fridays that are fun.
Fantastic Friday.
See, that's what I was thinking.
Market is pushing higher.
Can I got a setup here if people want to?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see it.
So you guys have heard me talk about it's like all fractal. So there is a 15-minute gap in here. I can't mark it off because it's so small. But on the 1-minute chart, I don't trade the 1-minute chart. I'd probably look for a close above. Well, it looks like we may have got it right here to target. You can target 2R. My only problem with this trade is it's so close to where my target would be, which would be previous day high. But I think we can run a little bit higher past that. So this would be something, now that we did get the close, you could look for a move down at the beginning of this breaker, target up to here. I think this is where a lot of like, wouldn't this be like open range, like where you guys would think about entering long at?
Well, yeah. So, but I was also wondering, to your point, we could kind of come back down and retest the open. So that would be the people who like the retest. We are kind of getting up to Wednesday's high. I don't have it marked on NASDAQ, but on ES, we're really, really close. We're just a couple points away. So that might be a spot where the market gives us that retest. It will come back down into, well, I had the 63 level there because we had a swing high from the end of May in there, but there's also just the open. So
yeah,
if you don't want to take any drawdown, that there, like you said, there is risk on entering up here.
Yeah, that's the only. But I would have liked to long the like if I was in catch an intraday trade, I would have liked to long the stronger asset. ES is obviously the weaker one, but this would be an example of like what a lower time frame entry model for me would look like based off of M15 M1. But I usually only execute on the M5 unless I'm like swinging overnight. But yeah, that's just kind of something I saw. I want to point out, but yeah, it's even too small to mark a gap there. Wow, we're so bullish. That's crazy.
It is just pumping higher. The market just wants to go higher. So we shouldn't fight the market, right?
That's why I said I don't want to stand in front of a freight train. The market has a lot of power behind it, a lot more power than my little accounts. So I don't want to get in the way.
I remember when I was first learning, I thought that, ooh, I can influence the market. No, absolutely not. Get ran over, flat like a pancake. All right, market is pulling back a little bit in this 5-minute candle. Let's see what will happen. What are you thinking for the 15-minute?
Well, this would be the potential for that little retest. So
yeah,
the orb again is a little bit tricky, where if you want to avoid a choppy day entirely, you can't do that today. There's the chop scenario is still on the table, especially because we've already kind of made that bullish move. It's not totally complete because we haven't retested that high yet, but I mean, I would definitely probably rather take the bullish side than the bearish side under these conditions and watching the tape as it is now. Of course, that changes. So sometimes the market will shift and we'll end up getting a later orb out the bottom, at the opposite side, which today would be the bottom side, but we will see. I'm pretty happy with the trade I already got. So if I take the orb, it's just going to be small. So.
Okay. Oh, is that how you kind of do some trade management? Like if you have a great trade, nice big trade, then the next trade you kind of.
I'm not going to ruin a great morning with a little maybe trade, So.
Like a maybe 60-70% chance trade.
You can still participate because it's still, if the setup's there, the setup's there. But I can make sure that it's not going to really put any damage on the current profits. And there's different ways I can do that too, by putting it in different accounts, but it's always going to be smaller. So, because even cumulatively, I don't want to have this account or have one account make $1,500, but another account lose $2,000, because then my net for the day across all the accounts is still negative, and that's not good. So
Nick, do you do that too with like trade management, depending on how you did earlier on, and then you'll adjust your like profit targets later on?
No, like I like to. I think the best thing to do is. Are you talking about like trade man, like while you're already in the trade, right?
Just like even account management, trade management with after you've already closed out. So it seems like trade management, there's so much to it. It seems like there's not just the
if you've
stop
had a
loss
big
and
winner,
profit. Yeah.
if you've had a big winner and you have another setup come up, are you going to take that next setup the regular size, or are you going to size down a little bit if you're already feeling good on the day?
Yeah. So for me, I'm like if I catch a good trade on let's like say like at 9:45, 10, I'm usually done. Like I'm a one and done trader. However, like if I lose on the day, I'll come back. Like maybe I was just early, right? I'll come in usually with like half size. Sometimes I'll go like the normal size I just had if I feel really, good about where price is going. If it's, like displacing higher or lower, I'll come back in and with the normal size and I'll take another trade. But 1 to 2 trades a day max for me is usually because what happens is it's like a chart, right? Like you're in terms of like the longer time elapses, the more likely you are to be as sharp. So like mentally. So I found that that is just not, for me. I mean, some people can sit here all day, trade the AM session, PM session. I just can't do that. Like I like to get in and get out. But yeah, no. And then as for trade management, like before I enter a trade, like I think the best thing anyone can do is to just assume, like if your account balance is, let's just say you have a $50,000 MyFundedFutures expert account, right? You're taking your first trade on it. I would go ahead and assume, and you're risking $250. Go ahead and assume that the account's at 49,750. Like, just go ahead and assume you already lost it, right? And you're gonna get that money back. Maybe not on this trade, maybe the next trade or whenever. I think that's the best way to do it. I think too many people, the first thing they do when they enter a trade is see how much they can make, not how much they can lose. And then they don't plan their stops. And next thing you know, that $2,000, what would have been win is actually $1,000 loss. They lost 4 times more than what they should have because they actually planned the trade and trade that plan. So that's how I do it. Go ahead and assume you already lost. And if it works out, cool. If not, okay.
Thank you,
I think
Nick.
that's kind of the way I look at it too. So if I am going to lose a second trade and I've already had a really good one and I have a good setup come up and I'm still, willing and at the computer, that's kind of the way I look at it. Is if that trade loses, am I still going to be happy with my profits on the day, or am I going to ruin the day? So I want to always make sure I'm not ruining the day. I mean, our job is to make money, but our job is to protect our capital and our leverage and our accounts too. If you don't have your accounts to come back to the next day, then you don't. I know like with the props, you can reset or get a new one, but a lot of our goals is to have multiple accounts that we're managing, including our own funds. And you can't do that with your own funds. And I've always traded my own funds first. That makes prop trading easier, in my opinion, but I never want to make it so I can't trade the next day.
Yeah. And so like thinking that every trade you put on, just assume that you've hit the loss, subtract it.
Yeah. And if your goal, and you should have a goal of how many accounts you're going to be dealing with a month and everything. You shouldn't just be buying a new one every day, but treat it like that, where if your account gets blown, you can't do your job the next day. You don't have all the tools to do your job. So you have to protect the tools to do your job, which in this case is your trading funds.
I like that. You have to protect the tools for your job. Otherwise, you're not going to have a job. You will get fired. You do not want to get fired.
Yeah, that's a great point too. And I think a lot of people, they determine like how well they did on the day based off their P&L. I don't think that's the best thing to do. Like, did you follow your plan? Did you trade it? Did you stop after 2 losses and things like that? Because like if you did all those things and you lost money, like technically, to me that's a win in my book. Because it's all it is a probabilities game. And if was watching this from one of my friends on a podcast. Is he was talking about the equity curve, right? Like it either goes down or up, right? But like if you protect the downside, the only way for it to go is up. So just do that. Just
I love that.
99% of people trade, like if they just stop doing like the dumb stuff, like they would be, like I've never had a student of mine like, hey Nick, like I followed my plan for 10 trades in a row and I blew my account. You know what I mean? I sized down while I was in a losing streak. I never hear that. It's always some sort of, I was in a bad mood. I started to trade. I over leveraged. I blew the account. It's always something external of the trading plan, of the risk plan, and things like that. So,
yeah, it's getting rid of the bad things, and the winners just take care of itself. I did hop into a short here, just a 3-bar reversal play. Getting in a little late though, so we'll see.
I like that for sure.
Yeah, a pullback, thinking it'll maybe go back to VWAP. We'll see, not sure yet. But I did just jump in. So this is a opening candle. We are trading within it. It's wanting to go test the low of this opening candle, which is 22,040. We went to 22,042 is the low of our current candle. Let's get our views up, you guys. It looks like it dropped a little bit. Let's get it up to, what do you guys think? Back up to 1,000. We were just at 1,000. Let's get it back up to 1,000. And then it will unlock the next bounty. Everyone, share the show on all of your socials. Let everyone know. We will set it at 1,000 views. Let's go, you guys. I think we can do it. I'm seeing 700. Am I being too ambitious? I don't know. Barbie, Nick?
No. We need to crank it up. This is not our first week anymore. Let's crank it up.
Let's crank it up. Yes, I. It says 1,000, very doable. Bob. Oh, Bob thinks it's too high. 750. Oh, Drew said 5K view goal.
There you
Drew,
go.
I like you. So my trade is still, it's working. It's green about 120 points or so. So I don't want to trail it yet.
I thought you said you entered on ES or NQ.
NQ. Yeah, so I just trade almost exclusively on NQ.
What's your take profit? I can't see it on my screen. 023 or something?
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
What's your take profit on it?
Oh, 22,023.25. Who knows what can happen? I did jump in this a little bit late, so my stop is just a little bit above that 9 SMA. Bill, you're going to get me in trouble. Thank you, Steve. Steve says, love your show, guys. We love you guys.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, I love Steve.
Yes.
Yeah, I love Steve. Steve's a great guy.
Shout out to Steve.
Steve, you coming over for beers later?
What's your go-to?
For beers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like pale ales. I like a little bit of everything. I like Rieslings for wine. Local beers are always fun. Steve says he's blushing. What's your go-to, Nick?
No, I don't drink, so I was asking you guys. Barbie, how about you?
Well, we have a lot of good local beers around here, so we do a lot of well, Shiner's kind of the classic. So, and hopefully y'all can get Shiner elsewhere too. That's why I'll bring that one up. Lone Star is a big one around here too. Yeah, Shiner Bach from Shiner, Texas. It's like an hour and a half from here. It's good. They got good summer mix boxes too.
Ooh, you guys, this trade is making my stomach feel a little queasy. I hate when that happens.
Are you sized a little big? Are we doing full port Terry this morning?
Oh, I know. No, I'm okay. This account I made this is the new account that I got as a reward for passing an eval, not just an eval. You have to purchase a starter plus or an expert account using code YouTube. And once you pass that eval, then you will receive one for free as a reward. And so this is my reward account. I was up about 600 on it this morning, so I'm okay. But it is kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's like also trading live. You feel a little more pressure.
Yeah.
Have you experienced that, Barbie, Nick?
Yeah, there's like this huge expectation that we are going to like open our screens and share absolutely everything. And that's not totally practical, but I try to always share things from a perspective of, I think that this can help people. Like stepping through this trade will help somebody find their own trades. So that's what I try to do.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I like to show the analysis, the insights, and then like why I'm entering, not just hey, I'm going long here or whatever. Yeah. I wish it would have started on Monday because that was such a good stream on Monday in our Discord, because that was the one I caught the longs on there. But Wednesday was good too, but that was right as I was leaving. That was like 10:05 entry, so I was like, oh man, that's unfortunate, but it's all good. Next week looks good. I think unfortunately we have Powell speaking Tuesday, Wednesday at 10 a.m. I don't like being in trades when he's talking because he can just like I've been in like a trade the past 2 months when he's done that testimony, and it just a couple 1 minute.
Right now there's so much political nonsense involved with Powell right now. I don't want to try to guess what's going on with all that.
Yeah, anything can happen when a Fed official, chairman speaks, president speaks. It's like market can shoot up 200 points, down 200 points, come right back. It is wild. Queen of Trades asked what account I got. It was a 50K starter plus account. Yeah, to get the freebie.
So if you get an expert, like if you buy an expert, you can pick which one you want. Like you don't have to get the same one, right?
Oh, it's the same one. Yeah. So let's say you buy a 150K expert account and you pass it, and then you get the same exact account. So it's almost like a BOGO reward. Buy one get one free if you pass it. Yeah, it's really cool. I was so happy when I saw the email. It's like awesome. It looks like maybe market might hit my take profit. Go, go, go. It's almost there.
The lower, the better for me, because that gives me the chance to get long on the lower time frames. But 0.25, well, that's about to hit. 0.22.
It's almost there.
I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, no jinxing Terry's trades.
I think it happened the other day too, when because your charts to me looks like they're so close. Like it looks so close, but it's just because like I guess they're not like zoomed. They're like zoomed. Oh, there you go. They're not zoomed in, or they are zoomed in. So like that looks like 5 points to me, but in reality, it's like 30 or 40 for your TP from like where you're at. So
yeah. Okay. So we hit the TP in my account, and then also the form just dropped. Everyone, go and fill out the form for a chance to win a free 50K starter plus account.
So this is when y'all see the wheel pop up, and I don't know when it pops up. It's usually after I'm out of here, but that's to get on the wheel. That's the form.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm gonna go over my charts one last time before I head out. What kind of I'm watching going from 10 to 11:30.
Yeah.
One thing I would be kind of hesitant about is the fact that NQ ran previous day high, ES did not. So there's an SMT here, a divergence for some people. And what I want to see, if it comes down into this gap for NQ or ES on the lower time frames, like the 5-minute chart, I want to see like a very explosive move higher, like 5-minute candles, like completely disrespecting the 5-minute gaps to the downside. So the gaps that's probably going to make here on this move down, I want to see them get disrespected, almost like a V-shaped recovery, but I would like to see something like this to target back up to the highs and to ES previous day high. I think would be the play. And if it just keeps going lower and disrespects this 1 hour gap, then I'd probably just, call it, because I think you would want to be long in the market right now, but maybe just not yet. But if it disrespects this on the hourly, then at 11 o'clock, then I'd definitely be hands off.
Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
Thank you
I'll
for
see you
giving us
guys
an
back
overview.
here on Monday. It was fun.
On Monday. Thanks for joining us. We are
Yeah.
so happy you're with us. Have a great day, and
You too. Have a
we'll
good
see you on
weekend.
Monday.
Awesome. See ya.
All right, Terry. So
Harvey.
we both got some profit for breakfast already.
Yes, we did. Everyone type W for Nick, our new host.
And he was in his trade too, so
All of us made money this morning. I like it.
yeah, let's go.
Kay says win. Bill says win. Mr. Paul, win. Let's go. All right, market.
Plus, we got to bring Bill into it, and Steve into it, and Dell into it.
I
So
know.
everybody's been on the show today.
Yes, I want to celebrate more. Anyone pass an eval recently and or payout? Let us know in chat. We want to celebrate you. Both of those are great milestones and fantastic, and we have to keep celebrating our wins.
Yeah, so I went and had to check because they were talking about the poll question. The poll question is which one of the people, not just our segment, like all day, who would win a trading competition? That's actually a really cool question, and I think it would depend a lot on how long the trading competition was and how much leverage we get. That would be really fun.
Yeah. So hey, first Gabrielle passed an expert and a 50K account.
Nice.
Woohoo! Awesome job. Oh, Mr. Paul said, unfortunately, I lost my account yesterday due to greed. Oh, that
But
sucks.
oversizing, I think we've all been there.
Yeah.
Have you been there before, Terry? Have you bit off a little more than you could chew in the market?
All
I
the
have.
time. All the
I have.
time. Yeah. It's something I'm constantly trying to work on. Some days better than others.
Sometimes, I mean, that really is how you learn that lesson, though, isn't it? Like, you have to learn that lesson the hard way.
Yeah.
I think
Like a
we all go
lot.
in overconfident. Yeah,
Yes.
over and over again.
Over and over again until
feed it into our heads.
yeah. And then you learn the lesson and then you forget like a few weeks later, or you forget, a month later. And
Why do we forget? Why do we forget that pain? It's the greed. Like, but we could get this all in one shot.
Yeah.
All in one shot, Terry.
I know. I think too, I tend to be optimistic in life. So in trading,
too, yeah.
In trading, it also shows up because I'm like, ooh, optimistic about winning all the time. And so it's like, oh, well, this trade is going my way. Let me put on triple the size now.
Yeah.
And that can get me in trouble for sure. I do
we didn't even talk about chart of the day.
Yeah, let's talk about chart of the day.
We've got to just start doing that one later because market open is not the time.
No. Too much is happening right at the open.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
What are you thinking for a chart of the day?
Well, what I was looking at, we actually had a couple kind of things that I wanted to talk about, but I brought this one up earlier in the week and I wanted to kind of revisit it because Tesla, Tesla, if you're a Tesla hater right now, it's kind of getting hard to hang on. They've got their, the robo-taxi thing is supposed to happen on Sunday in Austin. So they're supposed to be literally launching the robo-taxi service. We'll see how that goes. Like, I think that could be either really good or really bad, but they're still trying to delay it till September. So we'll see how that goes, but it is getting harder to be a Tesla hater. So I just want to point that out. This one, chat, y'all got to help me with this one though. I was just looking at what was up this morning Oops, I typed that in wrong. I have no idea what that is. Okay, I realized that CarMax had like a beat on their earnings report. But guys, why is a car vending machine like even on the stock market, and how are they still holding on? I mean, they are. They're not super high on the daily, but they're still holding on. So y'all are gonna have to explain this one to me. How is how is CarMax up? It doesn't make any sense. That's the bonus one. Y'all got to help me with that one. Yeah, the robotaxis. Well, I don't know when they were originally supposed to come out, but they've definitely gotten pushed before. I have looked at AutoZone and O'Reilly. I've played some O'Reilly before. I think I've played AutoZone too. They got some big stocks. Those are big, especially the options. Ooh, they are juiced.
That's interesting. So that means if they're juiced, it typically means the moves are going to be very big.
Well, the options are very expensive. So just, I mean, to get into a call is over $1,000. So
wow,
in a lot of cases.
Expensive. So you were asking for help for why CarMax?
Why CarMax is still even on the stock market? It's a car vending machine. Like you go, I guess you're buying cars sight unseen.
Oh, Carvana, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that the vending machine? The Carvana? I always wanted to try it.
Oh, I got them mixed up with CarMax. I've got the Friday Stupids. I was looking at CarMax thinking it was Carvana.
Oh, bummer. That's okay.
But still, like a lot of these car ones keep surprising me. Like, where are you getting all of this money? Like the cars are down. The car market is down. But yeah, the car vending machine on that one. Why does a car vending machine company exist? I'm so confused about that.
It's so interesting. Has anyone purchased a car from a car vending machine before?
Is it just me? I have to get in a car. I have to know how it smells. Like I have to know that it's not ragged out. Like how can you tell that on the internet? Am I
can't tell
database here?
No, but I think it's a cool idea though. Like I think it's for people who don't want to deal with any salespeople. Like, let me just buy my car.
That's what CarMax is. Now that we're on to that one, CarMax is like you want to avoid all that, and you just want like a corporate person to do all the paperwork for you.
Yeah. KCS Keeper says, yes, you have purchased a car from a vending machine. That's amazing. Good job, guys. We got our views up to 1,000. Fantastic. So we've unlocked that bounty, and we don't know when the next treasure will be released. And we still have the wheel to do.
Yeah. So we did have that link dropped. So the wheel is, I know people who are new don't always know what that is. There's a wheel that's going to be spun later, and you have to be on the list to get into that wheel. And that's what the link is.
Yeah, so everyone make sure you enter your name and your information in the form for a chance to win a free 50K starter account. And it's super fun. We spin the wheel and then we announce the winners. And it's nice because it's not based on speed, which is very nice. So this week's promo is use code YouTube if you purchase a starter plus account and or expert account and you pass it, you will receive another one for free, which is fantastic. Oh, we are trading below VWAP now. Market has definitely pulled back. So this is the, let's see, 5-minute candle. We're trading below by quite a bit now.
The VIX has been kind of ticking up, but this is kind of those little OPEX moves that I'm always kind of wary about. Is the market will just kind of be bouncing around a little bit and maybe not make total sense. And a lot of that's because we have the options expiring and everyone's got to get their books balanced. So
Magnus said pulled back is an understatement. Yes, it has come all the way back.
Yeah. This was right where this is right where the market broke out this morning. So it's retraced that full move. I am looking on the ES chart mostly because that's the one I had the levels marked, but the NASDAQ has made the exact same little moves. It made the same little move up, same little move down. So the market is marketing.
Barbie, I really want us to do the wheel together because we haven't done the wheel together in quite some time.
Are we
You
gonna
and
get to
me,
it?
we haven't done it in quite some time. I'm really hoping we can before you have to
Powers
go.
that be? How's the form coming?
Okay, not yet. We can't. Not yet. Soon. Anyone making money off this short? Type in W if you are making money off the short, off the highs.
Bill's still trying to get you in trouble. I see him down there.
I know, Bill, you're gonna get me arrested.
I don't know if you'll get arrested, but you might have to start charging for that. Bill, do you have her Cash App?
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I see a bunch of people making money off the shorts. DJ Day Trader, congratulations. Godwin, congratulations. Trade Test, Brian, KCS Keeper. Awesome job, guys. Rafa, you had a loss. That sucks.
It's all right though. We all have losses.
Okay, so after like some wins, I just want to keep clicking the button. And
It does happen sometimes. You still want that euphoria. I actually
Yeah.
keep a sim account just literally for that. In my software, I use NinjaTrader. You can create a lot of different sim accounts, and I kind of have a sim account just to punish sometimes. But so when I want to keep trading, but the accounts are done because I have my trading plan. So I have the little strategies that I trade that fits within my trading plan, which is how I'm managing my accounts and everything. So if trading is wrapped for the day, but I'm still into it and I'm still fired up, that's when I can go into a sim account. And that's kind of fun because you can put on some different sizing and try different brackets and things like that. But I feel like that's the time to do that because you do have, you always do have brackets and things that you want to test or entries or whatever. So when you still have that energy to trade, but your plan is complete, that's when you go do that. And
Do you
I mean,
just
we all
like
have
in a
access to paper accounts. So wherever you
yeah,
get it.
just a strict paper account. Like you don't do that on evals.
Nope.
Just
Because I mean, if I'm going to test something, I don't want to test it in an eval. I know different people have different opinions about. Some people think whatever you're testing, go ahead and put it in an eval. But a lot of times, I'm testing tech stuff, and I really just want to focus on that. And being done with the plan gives me a chance to do that. And yeah, I might pass an eval, but I don't know. I'm not worried about that because if I want to pass an eval, I can go pass an eval. I don't need to like get lucky on test trades. So.
Yeah.
I guess you could. I mean, to the other extent is, yeah, you might get lucky, but yeah, I might also blow $80 or something. I don't really want to do that. So
No, it can add up quickly if
it
you're
does.
just willy-nilly buying accounts left and right and trading it like it's
That's why I started limiting myself. So I would only do, well, it's changed over time a little bit, but maybe I'll only do 3 accounts every month. And that's what I have to work on. But that also kind of helps keep me, because I came from trading my own funds first. And so, and I was originally in options, but if I destroyed my options account, I would not have an options account to trade with. And it's not in the options market. I can't just go charge my credit card and get an eval real quick. I would either have to put more of my hard-earned money in, which would be a loss, or not let that happen. And so I just didn't let that happen. I always made sure that if I was going to, even if I was going to take a risky trade, it would not be the entire portfolio because I still needed something to work with at the end of the day. So I try to bring that same kind of mentality over to prop trading as well, where it's part of my trading plan how many accounts I'm going to manage at a time and how many evals I'm going to manage at a time and all that sort of thing. And I know a lot of the other traders who have a lot of experience trading multiple accounts kind of do the same thing. I've heard Matt talk about that at the in his segment, and I think even Thomas talked about how we manage all the different accounts is part of our strategy.
Ooh, tell us more about that. Like how you manage all the different accounts.
That's what I mean. Like, if I'm really, really confident, if I'm, when you're on your A game, right? Like you have that feeling, like everything. I see I see this setup. I see how this is going to go. I see where the stop is going to go. I see where everything's. I'm fresh. I haven't. wasn't out partying last night, all that kind of thing. If you're
Mhm.
if you're having that great day, that's when I can copy it to more than one account. So I'll have my leader account and my follower accounts, and I have old funded accounts that I've had forever, and I kind of prioritize those. Like I kind of trickle it down. I've like got my live funds, then the beefed up PAs, and then I kind of work down from there. Some people like to kind of manage it all at once, so they'll just be managing 5 evals at once, turn it into 5 PAs. I think that's kind of personal how you manage that a little bit. But
Mhm.
if it's like a little tiny trade, like these orbs, a lot of times I have more confidence in the orb than I do on other days. And so I'm not going to duplicate that to all my accounts. But the
Mhm.
days that it looks good, then I copy it to other accounts. But that's all kind of part of my plan. And like that's why some accounts are done being traded for the day. Because if I have a PA that a lot of the times I'm trading micros and the evals and the PAs, and if I get one that's up $1,500 on the day, I don't need to mess with that anymore. I just need to chill so
Mhm.
I don't ruin that, and I can take a payout on that later.
Mhm. And what do you think about like setting your mind on a specific target for the day? Like, oh, my goal is to make
I
fifteen
don't
hundred
do that.
dollars because it can
I
get you
used
into
to,
trouble. Yeah. Every
but
time I've
so
done
what?
that, like it can get me in trouble where like let's say
This is why
yeah.
all of these candles are days. So I'm gonna take this other stuff off of here if TradingView will cooperate. So all of these are days. Some of these days are tiny. Some of them had barely any movement. Some of them have massive wicks where we opened and closed pretty close, but we had a lot of drama during the day. Some of these days open and close massively. You can't have the same expectation for every single one of these days. Some of these days are massive trend days. Some of these
Mhm.
days are really choppy. Some of these days went into a trend and then ended up flat. And we don't have the same conditions every day, so we can't have the same expectations every day. So I kind of take everything back to my options account because that was the original like big account that I had to manage. So instead of thinking about I need to do 1% a day, I would start thinking about I want to do 5% a week ish
Mhm.
on average. So when I look at every single week over a few months, on average, did I at least do 5%? So zooming out, I'm always talking about zooming out, but zooming out and looking at the big picture, I don't need to make the same amount every single day.
Mhm. Thank you for that. Yeah, that does help. Zoom out, and because every single day it's not the same. We can't
And don't you
expect,
have windfall days? I mean, I have windfall days. I don't know when they're coming. I wish I could plan for it. I would do that every day.
yeah.
But it's like when all of the conditions are right, the market follows the plan that I laid out really, really well, and I'm equipped to execute it really, really well, and I put it in a lot of accounts, then I'll have a
Mhm.
massive windfall day. And then I can chill. I do that like I had that on a Monday a couple weeks ago, and I really didn't trade very much at all that week. I put on some
Mhm.
little micros trades, just kind of messed around, but the pressure was off because I'd had a massive windfall day. But that's also on the
Mhm.
flip side when I'm having all these smaller days, and I can have smaller days for 2, 3 weeks sometimes, and no windfall, nothing big is happening. But I
Mhm.
know that it's coming. So I don't nitpick and like get down on myself because trading's harder these past few days and I'm not making progress. And I'm either putting in all this effort and not getting my accounts moved positively or having to take losses, but I
Mhm.
know that it's coming and we can't always have even equal days.
No, I think that's so important that you're sharing that with us because a lot of traders will have huge windfall days and then we expect it to just keep happening. And it's very human. I think everyone
It
kind of
is.
experiences that and goes through that. Yeah, the best traders know that, okay, it just happens once in a while and you just have to wait, really wait and
That
not
keeps me
expect that.
calm. Everyone wants to know how I stay calm during trading because you don't want to get hyped up to where you're emotional over every single trade. That's really stressful. It makes the job a lot harder. So
Mhm.
it helps keep me calm knowing that I don't have to have that amount of pressure on every single trade. It's the big picture, it's the averages over time, and it's all of that.
Yeah. Magnus says, facts, Barbie.
Thanks,
Abhishek
Magnus.
is reminding us to fill out the form, you guys. Make sure you fill out the Google form that is in chat. There's a link there for a
No
chance to
excuses to
win.
not be on the wheel because they've been posting it and posting it. So that's for the wheel.
Yes. Yes. So get your name on the form for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. I think we get to spin it, Barbie, before you leave for the day.
I hope so.
Fingers crossed. Let's do it. Okay. Everyone, make sure you fill it out. So market is just trading around VWAP right now. RSI has come down quite a bit. We're at the, oh wait, here we go. So around here is where I took the short. Someone asked where I put my stop. So normally I have this $200 risking 200 for 500 profit bracket. I did move it a little bit farther out so that I could be above this 9 SMA. And the reason why I got into that short was because I saw this reversal pattern. 3-bar reversal. And then also we were in overbought territory with the RSI. So that is why I got into that short. And then also like the velocity, the speed that we were coming down, that gives me confidence into getting into a short. And it was just like a pullback, right? Like I wasn't thinking, oh my God, the world is going to come crashing down and we're going to go negative 200 points. Like that would have been the old me.
Yeah.
I should have been hanging on to that trade still. Yeah. But with intraday scalping, quick trades, I think it does help to know ahead of time what type of trade am I getting into right now? Am I trying to swing for the whole day, or am I just trying to take a quick like 10 points, quick 25 points? Barbie, do you think about that like ahead of time? Like what?
Yeah, because sometimes I'm looking, I'm like, this could take a few hours, and I know I don't have a few hours left in me. So I do think about that.
Yeah, so you'll think about your day too. Like, okay, how much time do I have? And if you have an appointment coming up, like in 30 minutes, an hour, you won't get into
and sometimes like I just don't want to be tied to the charts. You kind of know when you need that mental break, and whether you respect it or not, it's another thing. But so are you still in that short?
No, it hit
okay, good.
take profit. Yeah.
Because I did
It was a
buy
win.
that down there. I'm hoping that this goes back up. We'll see.
Okay. Oh yeah, we can look at Barbie's chart.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
I have that on a different one. I just took a little micros trade. I bought the 43 level, and I'm hoping that can actually go somewhere. We'll see.
That this is a pullback, maybe bounce around VWAP. It's just bouncing around VWAP right now. It is a great entry for a long, if you're thinking long for the day. Not advice.
Or just range.
Just in opinion.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this. So we came back down to a level that I was watching, the 60-43 level. And even if we just kind of range back up to where we opened up, that's kind of just a quick little scalp. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have taken this if I wasn't sitting here on the stream. So I've just taken it in micros real small in one account.
And that is part of how you manage things, like how you shared with us earlier, because today you've already had a big win. So now if you want to play a little bit still, you're like, okay, I'm going to.
And sometimes an eval is the right place to put it. It's not like it's always a sim account is the best place to put it. But if I want to spend the time testing something, I don't like testing tech in evals. But I will put on a new strategy if I'm trying to practice a new strategy and I want to get really good at it. I have done that before too. I used to really organize my accounts. I used to have this little whiteboard on my desk. I don't have it there anymore. But I would say account number 4 is trading the NQ trailing method, and ES is trading the Barbie levels method, or on account number 5. I had it all laid out like that. And I'm not as strict about that anymore. I just want all the accounts to move up. So
yeah,
because some of them, like I've had before, or where I meant to put on micros in that account and I accidentally put on minis, so it's kind of fucked right now. And so I have to kind of look at that stuff. Oh yeah, I just stopped out of this. But I look at that as that account I need to really be really careful with. So I'm not going to copy to that one unless it's like really, really good, because that account is kind of threatened right now. So that's another thing
Mm-hmm.
to look at too. The threatened accounts are kind of put in timeout until I can kind of deal with them personally. Like I've got one right now. I've got a PA that's got like $500 of drawdown left in it, a funded
Yeah.
account,
So
and
that's
so
not very much left.
there's not very much. So it has not gotten traded in a while because I have to be really careful with that one.
So for that one, you're waiting for A+++ is kind of what
Yeah,
you're
that's going to be
thinking?
when I'm having a good day, when I'm feeling really good, when the market is, because I come to the market with a plan every day, and sometimes
Mhm.
the plan just falls apart. Sometimes, it's a miss from on my part, and sometimes the market sees my plan and it's like, let's do Barbie's plan today, and
Yeah.
that's when I'll hit all the accounts. That's when I'll work on those accounts that are down and need some
Mhm.
babysitting. So.
So I am in short 5 micros in my funded account now. The market is dropping. I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
now
what
we're
will
starting to hit
happen.
those lower levels. So I wish I had gone in the short here, but I was trying to do that bounce because the short is now, well, we tagged that first level down that I would have been looking for, the 60-30, just
Mhm.
tagged beautifully there. And then we have the 60-17 down there.
Yeah, anything can happen. We have
Anything,
no
especially
idea.
I always say anything can happen on option expiration day too on OPEX because it doesn't always make sense, and it makes sense that it doesn't make sense because there's positions being balanced. So there may be an order that doesn't make any sense. It's just to get books balanced.
Mhm. Mhm. Sometimes the market just makes no sense.
That's
And
why
we just have to
I
go
mean
with it.
I'm aware that it's option expiration day, and I'm not going to be surprised by little moves like this. That
Mhm.
yeah,
Some
it would
people
have made
won't
total sense if I
trade.
was in a short though. So no. No,
Some people,
it does tend to just pick a range and dart around inside of that range.
yeah, for options expiration day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to
Mhm.
beat myself up, but at the same time, if I'm not gonna beat myself up, I'm not gonna be going in heavy. So
Mhm. Let's see. Tony says, I said it earlier, guys, in my opinion, we are not going higher today. NQES hit the daily ATR and got strong bounce from it. So either chop or down, in my opinion. Yeah, so we do have a bias. It sounds like, Tony, your bias was we're not going to go higher with hitting the ATR. How important is it to form a bias and then to stick with that? What do you think, Barbie?
I think I mean it's good to form some sort of bias as part of your plan, like, but I try to not stick with it. So if you see my planning, it's I'm bullish if we do this, and I'm bearish
Mhm.
if we do this, and I am just looking for chop if we do this. So I guess that's kind of instead of having a firm bias, I have more of a fluid bias.
Mhm.
So
Like
that's the way I look
flexible.
at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did pull down the stop. I might get stopped out here. I made about
Hey, I
4.
saw a fun tweet this morning. You wanna see the fun tweet I saw?
Yes. Do show us.
It was from our very own Matt Leach. So, guys, go share this tweet. Matt says it's confirmed that ICT has agreed to turn a $100,000 demo account. You look at this number, it's got 2 commas in it. That says 40 million. So you gotta turn it into 40 million. He's not gonna turn it into 0. He's gonna turn it into 40 million. We'll take a year. So let's do it.
Ooh, all right. Let's do
Challenge
it.
accepted, huh?
Let's do it. So speaking of challenges and fun things, let's do the wheel. Can we do it? The wheel with Barbie, my girl. Barbie, do you want to announce them and then I will cheer and do the celebration?
Yeah, let's do it. I will try not to butcher names, but I might. So let's
Okay.
go for it.
We always try our best.
Ming 789.
Congratulations, Ming.
Dubs.
Congratulations, Dubs. Woohoo.
Ren.
50K starter plus account. Congratulations.
Polk High Panther. Come on down.
Come on down, Polk.
Caveman 787. Got one for you.
Congratulations, Caveman.
Chess Trades.
Woohoo!
Bashy.
Congratulations. 50K starter plus account.
Lawn or Ion. I'm one of those. Come on down.
Come on down.
Debanga deep that guy.
Congratulations. Free 50K starter plus account.
All right, this is the last one, I think. The juice. The juice is loose.
Congratulations to the Juice is Loose. All winners, make sure you submit a ticket to support to win your free 50K starter plus account. Quick reminder, the promo for the week, use code YouTube when you purchase a starter plus account and or expert account. And when you pass that eval, you will receive the exact same one for free. Up to
Right,
3.
Terry? Because Terry got hers.
I did. And we put on some winning trades during the show. That was fun. Thank you, Barbie. Congratulations on your wins today also.
A win and a loss, but you see how that worked? I took the big win and the small loss. That's how we do it.
Exactly. And so overall, it's the winning day. You're green, up green a lot. I'm up green too. Have a great weekend, and we will see you soon, Barbie, on Monday.
All righty. Come on down, Ash.
Come on. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very happy it's Friday. So happy Friday. Hope your trading day is going well. How are you doing today?
Yeah, it's going well. Some wins, some losses, but overall green. So it's a great morning so far. Yeah. How's your morning going so far?
Good. We had a beautiful move higher all morning long. Not really willing too long after such a great push higher. So we
I know,
started looking
right?
at some shorts here. It moved pretty favorably so far. Not saying it'll complete the job, but so far it's had a nice move, and we'll just take it from time to time at this point.
Awesome. Well, I will let you go. Have a great time, and I will be back. Everyone, I'll be back in about an hour. I'll see you soon.
All righty. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing today? Very excited to get back here on live stream with everybody. Hope everybody's week is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. Finally, it's Friday, so last day of the week. See how everybody's doing so far. Throw it in chat. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade so far. See how chat is doing, and then we'll get into some information. Just want to take some time, say hi to the community, see how everybody's doing. Had a nice little day off yesterday from the bank holiday. So, nice little day off in the middle of the week. Now we have a Friday, trying to close up the week nice and strong. Hop over to chat while we do that. All right, so Couple ones. Couple more ones. Love to see that. There's some twos there as well. There's some more twos and some threes. Okay. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. Very good. Well, just to follow up on the prior conversation, it does look like there was a bounty. So beware of the code dropping. All right. We like to do timed codes. We like to do surprise codes. We like to do the wheel. So we like to change it up, keep it entertaining, keep everybody on their toes. That way, people that are actively participating here with us in chat can be rewarded for that. So that will pop up on the screen. And when it does, I'll be sure to say the code, but sounds like it might be a surprise code this time. So let's see. Are we bullish or bearish on the day? Next thing I want to know from chat is whether you are bullish or bearish. Are you currently looking for lower prices or are you currently looking for higher prices? I'll go ahead and complete my analysis here, what is shown on the screen. Just going to wait for chat to see what they're feeling today, whether they think we're going to get some lower prices or if we are going to get some higher prices. Then I will explain what I'm currently looking at. All right, so it looks pretty 50-50 again. Some bears, some bulls. Looks like it can go either way here. So let's take a look. First things first is what an open. What an incredible open here. So I'm going to take this off, or we'll just go over to NQ instead. And this is going to go into the conversation I would like to have with everybody here. Notice what they did below these old lows. I mean, this is just incredible. This is just incredible. Imagine being able to position yourself below old lows. The risk to reward here is just phenomenal. Okay, I'm specifically pointing to this because this is some of the logic that I view price. And we've been talking about that here on stream for quite some time, right? Notice I'm on the daily chart. Notice I'm on the daily chart, right? And I've explained many times that on the daily chart, that's where I get my bias. And when I'm creating a bias, the logic that I use is that I look for longs below old lows, right? Below old lows, right? So swing lows and bullish FEGs are where I have a bullish bias. Swing highs and bearish FEGs are where I have a bearish bias. That logic itself is clearly paying off this morning. Look at what they did after taking out those equal lows. So the point in me talking about this information is that you have to understand the logic that you provide to your decision making is what creates probabilities. Okay? It's not going to be indicators. It's not going to be a certain model. It's not going to be a certain entry function. Okay? Logic is what creates the probabilities. So the better logic you provide to your decision making is going to put you in a higher probable situation. And what I mean by that is, here's my logic. When I create a bias, I'm looking at bullish biases below old swing lows, inside bullish fair value gaps. I'm looking at bearish biases above swing highs and inside bearish fair value gaps. That logic clearly showed to be very valuable this morning. Okay, so what creates a profitable system or a profitable trader is, one, the logic you provide to your decision making. Next is going to be risk management. We've had the conversation about risk management many times during my segment, you see me put this on the screen when I go and point to, where's the line? Give me a second. Why am I just, all right, we'll go like this. So you see me always have this conversation right here, both on my Twitter and here on the stream, right? Your losers need to be extremely small. You need to be very impatient with your losers while being very patient with your winners. You have to have large wins. You can never have a large loss because your small wins are going to cancel out your small losses. Okay, this is literally risk management right here. Okay, so the conversation I'm trying to have is how to create a profitable system. The first two answers I have to that is the logic you provide to your decision making creates higher or lower probabilities. Then to implement those probabilities, you need to have strictly defined risk management. We have this conversation all the time where your small wins are going to cancel out your small losers. You can never have a large loss. And then when you have large wins, that's what makes the progress. So how do we do that, right? How do we do that? We need to strictly define what a large loss is. Okay, so I'm currently in a live account on MyFundedFutures. A large loss for me would be a minus $500 day because my daily loss limit is $500. So if I've strictly defined what a loss is, then I know what a win will be. I know what a large win will be. I know what 2R would be. Right? So focusing on having $500 losses as your maximum allows you to completely understand what 2R is or what a large win is. Because as you guys have heard, I focus on having a 50% win rate and a 1 to 2 risk to reward. I've defined that by saying the largest losses can be $500. If I have a loss over $500, I've done something wrong. That's how I know I'm tilting. That's how I know I'm going outside of my game plan. That's how I know I've done something wrong. But if I can strictly manage a 50% win rate at a 1 to 2 risk to reward, that's where we make progress. And that's why we've had payouts on the live account. Focusing on risk management. Risk management is going to be the key to your progress. Okay. Provide logic to your decision making, then strictly define your risk management. And then the next portion of the conversation would be having the ability to have mental and emotional intelligence to carry out number 1 and number 2. Are you in control of your emotions? Are you in control of your thoughts? Can you execute number 1 and number 2 without allowing any of your emotions or thoughts deter you from that? Now, all 3 of those things are what creates higher probabilities. Okay? The reason for the conversation is that I need you to understand it's not a model that will make you profitable. It's not an entry function that will make you profitable. It doesn't matter if you use indicators. It doesn't matter if you use moving averages. It doesn't matter if you use unicorns. It doesn't matter if you use inversions. It's not the entry function that's going to make you profitable. This is you versus you, okay? It's you controlling your mind. It's you controlling your actions through the scope of strictly defined risk management and providing high probability logic to your decision making. Once you can do that, then we can start making progress in this business. And you have to understand that even if that doesn't happen today, tomorrow, next week, next year, that you have to withstand the amount of time to get to that understanding. So risk properly until that point in time, right? If you use all of your funds to the point where you blow up within the first week, first month, first year, then you're never going to get that education to get to that understanding. You're never going to gain the experience that provides the conviction in understanding those concepts. Okay? You have to understand that providing logic to your decision making is very important. That's what we're doing here. And I'll continue to keep showing up each week, each month. We are providing that logic to the decision making in real time. You guys get to see the decisions I make. That way you can expedite your learning curve so that you could be doing these things too. Okay? Understand it's not a signal service. That's not what we're doing here. I'm just sharing my journey with you. And if that provides an expedited education, then that's the point to it. It's not a signal service, okay? This is you versus you, and the only person that will ever click the button for yourself is you. So you have to win that war daily, okay? Now, I just went out to the daily time frame to show that logic. That was the purpose behind the conversation. We've explained many times that we long below old lows. And look at what they did. That logic clears to be very valuable. It was an incredible move after the bank holiday. Right? They gapped on the new day open and just ran it higher. Incredible move. Okay? So same thing goes with that logic now. And now that's why I can point to the information that's currently on the screen. So we started my segment looking at a short. Okay. Me and my communities, I do live streams in my communities as well. I was talking about this short on my live stream before I came over here to MyFunded TV. Now I want to talk with you guys about it. Okay. The logic of shorting above swing highs or inside bearish fair value gaps, right? Same thing as longing below old swing lows or inside bullish fair value gaps. Well, what do we have here, right? During New York Open, the first thing that price does is run above an hourly swing high, right? Swing highs are locations to look for shorts. When we get to this swing high, we get a crack in correlation. We've talked about SMT. We talked about divergences, whatever you want to call it. I really don't care about the terminology. There was a crack in correlation at an hourly swing high at New York Open. Right? So you can see it here using the same 2 points in time between two correlated assets when they're doing something different. That's what a crack in correlation is. Okay, so the logic of understanding we look for shorts above swing highs, you then get conviction because there's a crack in correlation here. Right? Look at NQ. NQ ran above the 10 a.m. swing high. Look at ES. ES failed to run above the 10 a.m. swing high. Okay. Bearish SMT at a location to look for shorts. So then the last logic provided to this decision making is short the weaker pair, just like you long the stronger pair. Right? The weaker pair is shown by the higher time frame SMT. And lastly, to put the entire puzzle together is the unicorn model. Right? And this is why I'm saying I don't care what you use in terms of an entry function, right? So, for example, you could have taken advantage of this information in many different ways, right? Here's an inversion, right? If you want to enter off of inversions, right? Here's an inversion, hourly SMT. The logic is what matters here. Shorting above old swing highs with a crack in correlation. The logic is what matters here. You get an inversion here. So whether you wanted to order a short at the close of this candle because of the inversion, the logic remains the same. The entry function is not what matters, and that's the entire point to this conversation. The logic you provide to your decision making is what creates those probabilities. So whether you used the inversion and you market ordered in once the inversion was confirmed, whether you used the change in the state of delivery, right? You have a bearish change in the state of delivery there. Whether you ordered after the confirmation of the bearish change in the state of delivery, right? Or whether you ordered the bearish unicorn, right? Here's the unicorn here. Breaker block plus FEG equals unicorn. Look at how the logic provided to the decision making all results in the same result. And now at this point in time, you're looking at near 2R. So let's see. Yep, closing in on 2R. So now goes to the risk management conversation. Now seeing that you're at 2R, it's your decision to make to close the position, right? It doesn't matter that we're 2 points away from 2R. This is where you say, I'm not going to be greedy. The objective to the position has been completed. Let's close it. I don't care what happens at this point in time. You got to confirm that your winners are 2R more than your losers. Right? So even if you want to be greedy, then I would at least say put a trailing stop at 2R. Right? Like you got to at least confirm that you're going to get 2R. You understand what I'm saying? The risk management is what matters. So it was the logic first, then it was the risk management. The location that we're at now, you got to at least be taking home 2R. Winners have to be 2R more than losers. So, lastly, just to wrap up the conversation, the point being is that what creates a profitable system, what creates a profitable trader is the logic you provide to your decision making, the risk management being strictly defined, and your mental and emotional intelligence. Okay? The entry function doesn't matter. So stop looking for the new shiny object syndrome. Right? Like if you're the individual that continues to keep changing the way they execute just because you had a bad day, bad week, bad month, you're going to fall into information overload. It's not about the entry function. That's the entire purpose here. Don't fall into the shiny object syndrome. Because the reality of the situation is what matters is risk management. You won't be focused on strictly defining your risk management if you're so focused on finding the best model, finding the best entry function, having a 90% win rate. Okay? We need to see what matters, what creates profitable systems, what creates profitable strategies. And those three things that I just stated during this educational segment is what matters. Okay, so that was my educational segment for today. If you have any questions or comments regarding that, feel free to throw it in chat. Now that this has been completed, right, we're at 2R. That means the objective to the position has been completed. That means I would no longer use this. Right? If price came all the way back up here to provide a short, I would not take that short because the 2R objective has already been completed. This idea is done. It's already done its job. The shorts were here. These were the shorts. Okay, so feel free to throw any questions or comments in the chat. If you want to go over any of this information, There was no candle closure below the breaker. I highly disagree with that. Right? Here's the bearish breaker right here. Here's a candle closure below the breaker. Right? So if you market ordered in, anytime after that, that's a confirmed unicorn. Okay. So here's a confirmed closure below the breaker. Here's an FEG aligned with the breaker. Right? This is in fact a bullish, this is in fact a bearish unicorn. Okay. Ash, wouldn't you start eyeing positions long now? Yeah, exactly. That's what I just tried pointing to. That's why I just said that this short position is done. I would not look for shorts any longer. Right. So now moving forward, I was reviewing the current information. I was providing the results to the information from my prior live stream. We were looking at shorts at New York Open. Now that we got a result to it, that's when I would go back to the drawing board. Right. Now we go back to the drawing board, waiting for our next set of information. Okay. So yes, we'll see what develops from here. I would not look for that short any longer. In fact, now let's go and look to see if there's any. Yeah, so there is divergences here at the lows as well, right? NQ is taking out these lows. ES has not taken out these lows, so there's potential for bullish SMT. Okay, so we'll see if there's any type of change in the state of delivery, unicorn, whatever you want to call it. We'll see if this bullish SMT holds. That would be conviction to looking for longs. If it holds, then you look for some kind of entry function to target longs. But at the moment in time, there's no position shown on the screen for longs. So I'll point it out if one occurs, but right now we're looking at potential bullish SMT now that we're at the lows. Other than that, we just wait to see if any type of entry function occurs. Okay, so throw any questions or comments, whether it's regarding my model, whether it's regarding anything to do with trading, whether it's regarding risk management, whether it's regarding mental or emotional control. Throw that in chat and take a quick sip of water. Once again, I'll continue to keep updating you guys. The code's going to be a surprise, so be ready. When it does drop, you'll see it on screen. I will also point it out. Okay, but we like to change it up, whether it's a timed code, a surprise, the whole nine. So be ready. Ash, what do I think about Bitcoin? I do have crypto. Bitcoin and Ethereum are the only cryptos that I have. I'm personally looking at cryptocurrency as a long-term investment. It's too volatile. I don't like to day trade it. The way that I'm looking at it is the same thing as a retirement fund, a 401k, having real estate. I'm looking at it as a long-term investment. And when looking at it, I'm only looking at Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's the same exact thing as me only looking at ES and NQ. I just want to deal with the top of the top, right? I want to deal with the market. So I'm not interested in any other type of cryptocurrencies. It's a long-term position for me. That's something that I plan to hand down to my kids. I entered crypto in 2019. I still have those same positions from then. I don't know how deep you want to go into that conversation. I don't know if that's appropriate for this live stream or not, but the only other thing that I would say about that is to risk properly because of how volatile it is, to also take multiple different safety measures, right? We've seen many exchanges go under. We've seen many hacks occur. So make sure you risk appropriately. Make sure you get your positions off of the exchanges and into a cold wallet. Okay, make sure you have safety measures in place for both holding it long term and your risk management. So, and that kind of points to the diversification conversation. I'm not sure if we've had that here on stream, but that is an extremely important risk management measure that we take, is to be diversifying across accounts, across markets, right? You should have some options, you should have some futures, you should have some crypto, you should have some dividends, you should have some real estate. You have to be diversifying across markets so that it's a risk management measure, right? If you put all of your eggs into one basket, right? If that basket were to go under, then you lose everything, right? Imagine if you bought FTX and now FTX has gone under. So, in my opinion, diversify. It helps your risk management. Okay. And happy Friday 50. There's the code right there. 50 free resets. Code is happy Friday 50. Let's see who gets it. Gonna have to be quick because they go quick. Code just came on the screen. Happy Friday 50. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the codes. Let's see who got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Happy Friday. W. Congratulations. Very good job, everyone. More W's. Very good job. Woo, I got it. Thank you. Let's go. Congratulations. W in chat. Congratulations, whoever got it. See, and that's the point. That's the point right there, is that we're trying to award the individuals that participate. And they just were. So congratulations. Happy Friday. Right? Last day of the week. Congratulations. Yeah, they go really quick. So if you're just now trying, I wouldn't be surprised if they're already gone. There's a lot of people watching the stream for only 50 codes. So you got to be quick. You got to be participating. And that's the point to doing some surprises as well. So very good job for whoever got the code. Very, very good job. So if you haven't already, sub to the channel. That way you can communicate with us here in chat. Like the video while also turning the notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. We've been going live every day. We have a ton of guests, a ton of expert traders. We're talking about trades. We're going over levels. We're providing some education. We're doing giveaways. We're providing value every chance we can. So if you're finding any value in being surrounded by some like-minded professionals, hit the like button, sub to the channel. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. It is Friday, so this is the last day of the week. We don't go live on the weekends. We go live when the market is open. So we will definitely be back on Monday. We do still have our segments, the 11:30 and 12:30 segment. Definitely stick around for those. Some very valuable experts during those segments as well. Alrighty, so back to the chart. We got another 25 minutes for my segment. If you want to go over any certain type of information, feel free to throw it in chat. All right, so heading over to chat. Once again, if you have any questions or comments, throw it in chat, and we will go over them. Let's see what we have here. Like I said, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. It doesn't matter whether it's about trading, whether it's about mental or emotional intelligence, whether it's about the current price action, the whole nine. Currently waiting and watching. I have my live account here. You can see that. The live account's doing really well. We've gotten payouts from it already. We're looking to get another payout from it. Ash, do you enter off the 1 minute or do you wait for the 5 minute? So I've had 1 minute trades. I've had 5 minute trades. I've had 15-minute trades. I've traded almost every chart at this point. I can say that the 1 minute chart shows the worst results. I have the majority of my losses on the 1 minute chart. So the data shows that I should get off the 1 minute chart, try to stick to the 5 minute chart. Obviously, there's going to be less trades that occur on higher time frames. Ash, do you think we get a fill of the opening gap? I don't look to predict the market. I look to efficiently react to it. So I objectively read the information, and depending on what the information provides, that's how I react to it. So I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, we're gonna go fill that gap. No, I don't have a crystal ball, so I'm not looking to predict the future. I'm looking to be objective and in the present. So we'll wait and watch. Currently, what's on the screen is NQ swept the lows. ES did not sweep the lows. So that's bullish SMT. The logic that I use is I look for longs below old lows. I look for shorts above old highs. There is a cracking correlation at this location. So we'll see if there's any form of change in the state of delivery, whether that's an inversion, whether that's a change in the state of delivery, whether that's a unicorn. Ash, are you catching the bearish unicorn? That unicorn is done with already. I mentioned that already. When we were analyzing this move lower, it's already completed its objective. So I'm no longer looking at that short. That already completed its objective from here to here. That's more than 2R. So now we're waiting to see if there's any structure break. Ash, how is your studying routine? So I'm in the US and I'm on the East Coast. So New York Open is what fits my daily life the best. So from about 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, I'm waking up, getting prepared, whether that's, getting my body moving, getting the blood flowing, having a cup of coffee, just starting my day, making sure that I'm in the right mental state, right? Making sure that I'm physically prepared to start analyzing and executing. Then from about 7 to 8 o'clock, I'm answering questions. I'm analyzing information. I have multiple communities. You can see my @ right underneath my picture on Twitter, Discord, and YouTube, also Instagram. I have multiple communities in which I'm answering questions, providing assistance, going over information, the whole nine. From there, between 8 and 9, that's when I'm creating my game plan. I'm starting to lock in on the justifications to my actions, my model, and how I approach the market. I'm creating a bias, understanding the game plan that I'm looking for that day, and I'm documenting it. And then from 9:30 to 12 is when I'm hunting. That's when I'm looking for positions. That's when I'm live streaming. That's when I'm going over the logic to my decision making and looking for trades. So that's my routine every single day. Throughout that entire process, I'm documenting via text and recording. So I do live streams and I have text documentation. So I highly, highly, highly suggest that you are documenting no matter how you want to do it, whether it's recording your streams, recording your charts and your sessions, or if you're documenting via text. I truly believe that the best learning opportunity is when you're documenting that information. You get to see how you feel, you get to see how you think, you get to see how you react at another point in time outside of the live time where you're executing. You get a different perspective of how you thought when you get to review that information at a later point in time. Okay, so that's my schedule. That's how I trade. Not that that's the right or wrong time. What I'm trying to point to is that you need to pick a time during your day, your week, where you can provide your undivided attention to your business. Whatever time that is, whether it's Asia Open, London Open, New York Open, pick a certain time so that you know when you're executing. What are the main points that you document? One, you want to document before, right? Then whatever you want to call it, your bias, your game plan, how you're going to approach the market. You want to have a before, a during, and an after, right? So when documenting, document your bias beforehand, document your game plan before the market opens. Then during the market, document what you see, what you feel, whether it's an execution that you have or a thought that you have or a feeling that you have. Document the in real time information. So before, during, and then lastly, the after. The results to however you executed that day, the results to your actions and your thoughts. Document the before, the during, and the after. Then at a later point in time, when you're capable of being objective to your information, that's when you go back and you analyze those results. Okay, so documenting the before, the during, and the after. Ash, can you also please confirm that your setup also developed on NQ? There was no setup on NQ. That's why we did not look at NQ. So if you go over here, there is no bearish breaker here. Right? This is not a unicorn. So no, I cannot confirm that because that did not happen. Right? This is what a bearish breaker is. It's a swing high, a swing low, a new high, then a new low. This is what a short looks like. This is what we got from NQ this morning. All right, so notice the difference here. This is what happened today. This is what a short looks like. So no, I cannot confirm that NQ had a bearish unicorn. This is not a bearish unicorn. Would you consider this a valid bearish unicorn? Once again, I quite literally just stated that this is not a bearish unicorn. No, it is not. I cannot confirm that because this is not a unicorn. All right, so let's see what this does. It does look like it's trying to set up a long opportunity here. So let's take a look at this here. I'm going to get over on micros. And let's see if this gets a fill. So as I stated, I was looking at a bullish crack, a bullish SMT, right? A crack in correlation at the lows. Once again, I long below old lows. I short above old highs. When I do that, I'm looking for a crack in correlation to confirm that idea. There is a bullish crack in correlation at the lows currently, and then you're getting your unicorn model here. All right, so now you can see why that limit was placed. Whether I miss this or not, that's completely okay. If they gave an entry here, so there was 2 entries already. If they just run it higher, that's completely okay. I won't chase it. I look to enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low. So this is what I'm currently looking at right now. We'll see if this plays out. If they fill me, great. We'll take the risk and we'll look for a 1 to 2 risk to reward. If they don't, then so be it. Now, once again, I've said it many times, I'll say it again. I'm here to document my own business, okay? This is me trading my own account. This is me taking full accountability of my own risk. This is not a signal service, okay? I am not responsible of you and your decision making. You need to understand that you have to be willing to accept the risk before the risk is taken. The only person responsible for your actions is yourself. So I'm not doing this as a signal service. I'm doing this because this is my model. I was looking for longs below old lows. We got a crack in correlation and my entry function appeared. I'm not looking to provide signals. I'm just looking to collect my own data on my own trading. So accept the risk before the risk is taken. If you cannot accept the risk, do not take the risk. We'll see if they give an entry. If they do, we'll look for a push higher. If they don't, I'm not going to chase it. I'm okay with missing the move. I have justifications to my actions, okay? And those justifications are that I enter at the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, okay? So a bullish breaker is your highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity, right? So taking liquidity means running below a swing low, okay? So here, let me point it out here. All right, move down, move up, move down, move up. That's a bullish breaker. And to identify the breaker, a bullish breaker is an up close candle, and you need the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. So the leg down that took liquidity was from this point here to this point here. Therefore, we need the highest up close candle before that happened. That's what a bullish breaker is. Okay. So we'll see what happens. Feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat, whether it's regarding this position or anything to do with the trading business. NQ also confirmed the entry function, right? So this is, right, so it closed, and it gave an entry here. So both of them now have bullish positions shown on the screen. See if it wants to provide an entry or if it wants to run to the target. It did provide 2 long entries here, 1, 2, okay? Right after we closed above it with the fair value gap, 1 entry here, 2nd entry here, right? So I'm okay with saying that I missed it. If I was late, that's fine. You know, that's kind of what I get for focusing on chat and looking at the live stream. But at this point in time, I'm not going to chase it. If it just wants to run to 2R, then so be it. So Ash, you don't trade the 1 minute based on your experience. Why trade it now? Maybe I'm not being clear enough. I've said it many times. I've traded all of the time frames. 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, hourly, daily. There was never a point in time where I said, I don't trade the 1 minute. Matter of fact, if you just look at prior live streams, you'll see that I've taken 1 minute trades. So yes, the results speak for themselves. The data shows that the 1 minute chart has the majority of my losses. That's a data point. That's not me saying I will never trade the 1 minute chart again. So Let's just clear that real quick. Ash, do you think this can go back to the highs? Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not here to say what's going to happen in the future. I'm here to efficiently react to the information being presented. If it goes to the highs, great. If it doesn't go to the highs, great. It's about collecting that data. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, it will absolutely go to the highs. You have to understand that there's a random distribution of probabilities. There's an uncertainty with price action. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. If you can't accept the randomness of price action, then don't take the risk. Okay? We'll see what happens. What I do know is that I'm willing to take the risk of ordering a position right here where the buy limit is. I'm willing to have a stop loss at the low, and I'm willing to target 2R. That's what I do now. I've accepted the risk, and I'm willing to see what the result of that risk is. That's the only thing that I know. So we got another 9 minutes before my segment finishes. Again, feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. Hi, Ash. Can you take a look at MNQ 3-minute? I'm going to watch MES for the last couple minutes here. I need to know whether the position gets filled or not. So my focus is on this chart. I'm sorry, I'm not going to hop over to MNQ. Terry.
Hey, what is up? I like what you said about you have to be able to accept the risk and the risk of the randomness of the markets. We never know what's going to happen. No one knows. Even if people say they know, they do not know 100% of the time. If they did, they would be the richest person in the entire world and have all of the monies, right?
Exactly. I mean, you know, if we knew exactly where price was going before it was going there, I don't think any of us would be here. We'd probably be on our own deserted island in a mansion, you know,
yeah,
hanging out on our boat every single weekend. But the reality of the situation is we have no clue what price is going to do. We're just willing to take a risk or not.
Yes. So did that risk come naturally to you, or is it something that just grew over time with feeling comfortable with feeling uncomfortable?
I definitely was provided over time. The more experience that I got, the more willing I became to take the risk, because, you know, at first it was always wanting to be right, being scared to lose. I was an athlete in college, so I did always have like the need to want to get better or improve my game. So at first, it took a while, and by a while, I mean a couple years, to really understand that it's random. You cannot control the future. The only thing you can focus on is the present, and you can do that by accepting the risk. So the last portion to that statement too is that you know, your finances got to be right to do that. Like, a lot of people aren't capable of accepting the risk because the money that they're using means something to them. And that's usually where the emotions come in. If if you're missing out on your bills because you just tried playing a long shot on an FOMC release, or people gamble non-farm payroll leases or CPIs, and then they go and miss their mortgage that month, that's when it really hurts. And in my opinion, that's not acceptable. So when you have the finances correct to actually risk, then you can gain that experience to have the conviction.
Yeah, which is why I like trading props so much, because we're risking the price of the account versus like if we have to put in $5,000 so that we can trade a few minis, it's very different than putting in like $400 every month and sticking to a strict budget with like props, right? Yeah, I do love that. It does make you more desperate if you're not in a position to be able to make that risk, is what you're saying. And then you might be more likely to do kind of we call it dumb, you know what, things when we just put it all on one trade or something like that. And then you don't have like, you know, all the times needed for the randomness to play out, for your edge to play out.
I fully agree with that. I mean, the leverage within props is very attractive.
Mhm.
You know, people don't even understand the maintenance or margin that's required to open some cash accounts within
Mhm.
futures. So I'm very thankful that props are a thing.
Mhm.
That's why I'm here using them. It is much better to only use, you know, $90 on a MyFundedFutures account, with considering there's no activation fee. That's phenomenal. And then you get a
Mhm.
drawdown of $2,000. Like in a cash account, you need to come up with $2,000 to have $2,000 of drawdown.
Yeah.
Whereas in a prop account, you only need $90. That's the leverage right there. So it's very attractive.
Thank you. Yes, it's such a great reminder of that. I do see, I saw some comments. I just want to make sure I go over them. Uh, Finding a way to accept losses is the key to successful trading career, I think. Tao Trades Inc. said that.
I 100 fully percent agree with that.
Yeah. It really is. And it's interesting how it is like a game of opposites, where feeling uncomfortable is actually probably a good thing. And then if you're getting into trades and it feels comfortable, sometimes like that means the move already happened, or you're getting in late, or you're not getting in at a good price. Yeah, it is definitely a game of opposites, it seems like.
And there are a couple quotes from some books that do state that as well. You know, when it's the most fearful time, when it's the scariest to jump in, that is usually the best time to jump in. And
Yeah.
people don't, because they're too fearful. There's many different examples of that with COVID, the housing market crash in 08, or even the most recent volatility with, you know, the trade war.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to buy this down here because they were so scared of the limit down days. But,
Yeah.
you know, look at where we are now. Imagine if you did buy one of these, because that's a nice
Yeah,
increase right there. So usually the scariest
exactly.
times are the best times to jump in.
Yeah. Thank you. Any fun plans this weekend?
So actually, I did all the traveling last week, so I am out of fun at the moment. I want to just relax, clean up the house, maybe just have a really chill weekend. To be honest, I need to recharge, reset, so that way I can refocus for next week.
Yeah, recharge your battery for next week.
Yeah. How about yourself? Are we doing anything fun this weekend, or?
Yeah, possibly. Maybe go on a new adventure this week. Try something I haven't tried before. Would be fun. I
Very
try
nice.
I try I try to do something that I haven't done before, at least once a week. Like however big or small that might be. Maybe it's trying a new restaurant, maybe it's going trying a new park. It's just something different to make it fun. One weekend I went on an e-bike. I've never done that before. Have you guys done that before? Chat? Like where it's motorized and it helps you like when you're biking up a hill. I thought it was amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have to do that again.
I highly enjoy new experiences. It really provides new perspectives, new ideas, new cultures. I also try to do new things all the time. That is quite literally why we went on that vacation, because it's very eye-opening to get some new perspectives.
That's so cool. Greece, a totally different culture, different
Yeah,
country, different food, people. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Ash. It's so good to see you. Thank you for all of your knowledge you keep dropping every single day with us.
absolutely. Thank you for having me. Happy Friday. Hopefully you enjoy your weekend. And I'm going to go over to chat to see the next segments we have. So
Awesome. Thank you, Ash.
Have a good day.
Bye. You too. We'll see you in chat. Let's welcome Pine Tree Trader.
Hello,
Pine Tree
hello.
Trader's in the house.
Hi, hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you? Can you hear
I'm
me all right?
good. We have Eric Lake in the house in chat. Bill
Eric.
E. Dell, let's go. Dell says, let's go.
All right, we got Bill. What's
No,
going on, guys?
No Sequoia says, what's up, Pine?
Hello, hello. So how was your trading today?
It's been good. Yeah,
Good.
it's been good. Green in my brand new funded account with MyFundedFutures and the Starter Plus account that I passed. And I did use the weekly promo code. So I was able to get my free account because I passed an account. So heads up, you guys, this week, the promo is if you buy a Starter Plus account and or an expert account and you pass it, you will receive a free one, and which I got. I was like so excited when I saw the email. I shared it on X because I was just excited. So,
Yeah, such a good deal. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. So I got green on the funded account and green on the brand new eval too. How's your morning going?
It's going okay. Yeah, I made some real monies. It's called real money.
Real monies in a live account. Nice.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it's been going okay. I actually haven't really traded much of the MyFundedFuture accounts yet, but I'm planning on it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
With us.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you. Thank you for spending a part of your morning with us.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's awesome.
KCS Keeper says, full port Terry.
Full part Terry in the house. Yeah, I see you made a pretty good trade on stream this morning. So
thank you on that reversal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice trade. It felt really good. It feels good when everything lines up. Like we already bought so much, like before I got into that trade, like not we, the market, NQ. And then we had a nice reversal, and then like RSI was coming down. We were in the overbought territory and we were trading like well above VWAP. So just everything lined up. And when I get into those trades and then it goes in your favor, it's like, oh,
right. Yes.
You feel so much more relaxed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's always good to finish green on a Friday too.
Oh, that's true. Exactly. Which is why I am going to sit on my hands. We can look at Pine Tree Trader's chart and yeah, feel free, of course, jump in any trades if you see it. If you don't, like, no biggie. Let's see. How are you doing, chat? How is the afternoon going? Are you winning or losing? Type W if you're up for the day, L if you are red for the day.
What's the story behind Pine Tree Trader? The name or my whole story? My name comes from, I'm from the state of Maine, and they call it the Pine Tree State. So not that creative, but that's how I come up with Pine Tree Trader. And
it goes with your hat. Your hat.
Goes in my hat. Yeah, this is the original Maine state flag on my hat. So
it's a cool looking flag.
Yeah.
Okay. I see lots of wins. Some people lost. Lava, sorry you lost this morning. But remember, it's just another day that we're trading of many days, thousands of days. We want to be able to do this for the rest of our lives, right? So not a big deal if you're having a red day so far.
Right. It's best to just walk away, come back Monday.
Yeah. What helps you to walk away if you're having a bad day, Pine Tree Trader?
Daily loss limit. No. Yeah, no, but for real, like have a daily loss limit set. Like I think that's really important. Whether it's through a program or mentally. Personally, I have to have a daily loss limit set on a program, like on Trade of 8 or something like that. So it stops me out. So let's just say I set it for $1,000. If I lose $1,000 on the day, then I gotta walk away.
Yeah.
You know?
Like a hard
Mhm.
stop. Like in the MyFundedFutures starter accounts, it like the 50K is automatic $1,200. They liquidate you. You are frozen out. You cannot go back in. Everyone fill out the form. The form just dropped in chat. Fill it out for a chance to win a free 50K starter plus account. Make sure you go do that for all of our loyal listeners and viewers. Yeah, the daily loss limit is a tough one. It's tough because sometimes like you feel like you need all of that space of drawdown
Yes.
for that day. Like to try, the mind is like, oh, I want to try and win back all of those losses. And then, but sometimes that works, but a lot of times it doesn't work. And then you end up losing the account.
Yes. I think for the most, I've heard you guys talk about this a lot, actually, about being competitive, and I'm super competitive. Like I've heard pretty much everyone, all the hosts on the stream, all talked about being athletes and being competitive. And like as kids in high school playing competitive sports, whatever, it's like we want to win. Like we are driven to win. And with trading, the best loser wins.
Yeah.
You know, literally, like if you can walk away on a red day, then you're ahead of 90% of the traders, 95% of the traders.
Yeah.
Because most just cannot walk away on a red day, and then they just go until, you know, they blow up.
Yeah.
You know?
And sometimes you will go and you will blow up every single account. Like
Yes.
I've been there before where you just go on tilt and you're just like, and sometimes it's like beyond the point of being able to stop the tilt. Like once you start tilting and you're really tilted, it's just trouble. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Hold on one sec. Sorry. I got to plug in the computer.
Oh, everyone, if you'd like to be a guest on our show, MyFundedFutures just dropped in chat the email. Email us at media@myfunded.tv if you'd like to be our guest on the show. We'd love to have you. Anyone who's interested, make sure you email us at media@myfunded.tv to be a guest. Yeah, I would love to have a lot of you guys on the show with us, and we can trade together and have fun together. And I'd love to see all of your beautiful faces too.
So I can talk about a few of my trades that I took today earlier.
Sounds good. Do show us.
Actually, I ended up taking this trade here. It was off the Harami candle, and it was a little scary because this Harami right here ended up putting in, it was considered a reversal candle, and basically I just took the break here of the Harami candle short, and this actually turned out to be the reversal of the day, which of course I didn't catch the full move. I wish I did, but if anyone knows me, I'm kind of a scalper, but I ended up catching about 15 points. So yeah, that was one of my first trades of the morning. And then,
nice trade.
Excuse me. And then I ended up taking a break of this inside bar here short, and I just scalped it for like 10 points. But yeah, that's pretty much all my trades today. And I'm currently just sitting on my hands with this expert account, just waiting.
Woohoo! Expert. Nice.
Yeah, this is it's my second expert account. I did blow up my first funded expert account, but this is my second expert. So
awesome.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited for you. What do you like about the expert accounts?
No consistency.
Yeah.
So I can push my winning days.
I love that. And there's no consistency in the eval stage either. which is nice. So you can just go for it.
Right.
For people who like to go for it. Yeah. And you like to go for it.
I do like to go for it. Yeah. I trade full time for a living. This is what I do. Oh, and YouTube now, but that started about 5 months ago. So,
Yeah.
and yeah, if I don't have funded accounts, I can't make money. So,
Yeah. It's your career.
the full port pine tree trader comes out sometimes
Yeah.
on evals, but what I keep track of is my expenses. So I try to keep track every single day of what I spend on evaluation costs, what I'm getting in payouts, things like that, and I just try to keep my ROI positive, of course, you know. So,
Yes. Because you're running a business, it sounds like. And so
yes.
you want to be profitable every month. You're like, okay, I need to keep track of my expenses. I need to keep track of my revenue. And I have to end up net positive.
Yeah. And people are asking, like, when did I start trading? I started trading futures in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's so many traders that started trading around 2020, 21, right in the COVID era,
Yeah.
I guess.
Bunch of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like so many people. It's like, when did you start trading? Oh, 2020, 2021. Before that, I was swing trading stocks.
Mm.
When I was a mail carrier for 15 years. And so I would swing trade stocks while I was on the mail route.
Mm-hmm.
And I could easily, I wouldn't make a ton of money per year, but you'd make, 10, 12, $15,000 extra,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I was doing. Swing trading like stocks. That's what I would do.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. And what made you decide to do futures? It was your brother that kind of was like, hey, you should check into futures.
Yeah, my brother, my younger brother, actually, he got interested same time trading futures. And yeah, he just one day he's like, "Hey, you ever looked into trading futures?" And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
"No," because I had I had quite a bit of capital to play with,
Yeah.
so pattern day trading rules didn't really affect me, which is you got to have an account over 25K.
Yep.
But with futures, you don't. You can start very small and
Mm-hmm.
trade futures, and especially if you're using prop firms, you can start even smaller.
Yeah.
And so he didn't have that much capital, and so he started trading futures. And super disciplined trader, like, and unfortunately, he doesn't trade anymore. Like, he's got little kids or a little kid, I should say, maybe one on the way. I don't know.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
And
Exciting.
yeah, he's building a house and things like that, like, by himself. And so he just got super busy, and then he just ended up, he felt like trading was taking up way too much of his time.
Mm-hmm.
And but I never stopped.
Yeah.
And so, and I think that's a good lesson too. It's like, a lot of people, like, I say this to try to, I don't want to discourage anyone. I want to say it to inspire people, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
But it took me 3.5 years to get one payout. 3.5 years. And I wasn't trading every day or anything like that, like I am now.
Mm-hmm.
But once the payouts started rolling in,
Mm-hmm.
like, they just keep rolling in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what happened was, yeah, so the year I got my very first payout, I ended up getting $60,000 in payouts.
Woo! Congratulations. You guys do not give up. My goodness, that's amazing.
So yeah, so like, it literally, I went from zero for 3.5 years of payouts, or negative,
Mm-hmm.
negative money, to getting 60K that year that I got my first payout. So after that, and then that's like, I haven't missed payouts, a month, and I don't even know, maybe over a year.
That's
And
Awesome. Congratulations. I think that's so inspiring. Eric Lake says, I'm still working on my first. Yeah, it's super inspiring to hear that you went 3 years without a payout, which means you kept trading, you kept grinding, you kept working on what you needed to work on. And ever since then, you haven't missed a payout month, which is incredible. It's definitely not linear, the
No.
learning how to trade. Like, you might have a amazing month. I had a month where I had over 20,000 in payouts, you guys. And last month I didn't make anything in payouts, and we'll see about this month. So, yeah, CJ says, LOL, Terry. I did request a payout with this other firm, and it did get denied, and that is why, I mean, part of the reason why I'm just trading strictly with MyFundedFutures for now. But yeah, so because we are the best firm.
Yeah. Literally, like, you click the payout button in MyFundedFutures and you get paid. Like,
Yes,
instantly,
exactly.
almost instantly.
Yeah.
And then you can get back to trading. And that's the most important part to me, is like I said, like, I'm running a business, and my, I treat my trading as a business.
Yeah.
And if I can get back to trading my funded account as soon as possible after a payout, like that's very important to me. Like, so I can work towards the next payout,
Right.
But yeah, Liam asks, could you attest to when you figured it out because you followed your rules? Yeah, so one of the things that I tell my subscribers is that what really changed my thinking of trading, especially with prop firms, to be able to get to payouts, is looking at the account as what I paid for the account. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I get in a trade, so say I get in a trade and I'm risking $300 of monopoly money, right? Even if it's a funded account, right? It's still monopoly money to me until I get a payout, right? And the way I look at it is like, well, what am I really risking on this trade? I'm risking what I paid for the account. So, like, say a starter account, I paid $97 for it or whatever, that's what I'm really risking. And if you're used to trading your own live capital, risking $97 is nothing. And I'm not saying like full port and risk the account on every trade. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it just helps me get over the anxiety of taking a trade on a funded account. Because I used to get funded accounts, I pass an eval and then I get a funded account, and then I'd have anxiety about taking a trade, and
Oh yeah, I remember getting into a funded account, like feeling kind of nervous.
right.
For sure.
And believe it or not, like, Alpine Trader was the one that, shout out to Alpine, he was the one that actually said this once on his stream, right? It clicked with me. I'm like, oh, well, that's what I'm really risking on the account. I'm risking $97, not, $300 trading one mini, 15 points or something. Like, that's not what I'm really risking on the account, because it's simulated money until you get to your payout. Once you get a live account, it's a little different. But as far as like prop accounts and sim funded accounts and things like that, that's what really got me over the hump. So then I was just I see a setup, and then I was just putting on the trade without thinking about it. And yeah, so anyways.
I'm really glad you're sharing that, because I know there are a lot of people listening and watching that are like more new to trading, and you might feel very anxious when you put on some trades. I remember my very first trades, like ever, my heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest.
Right.
It's funny to think about, because now we're like putting on trades all the time. We don't even think twice about it most of the time. But yeah, it does get better. If you're just starting and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this because it feels so intense, it does get better, way better.
It does get better. It's reps. It really is just reps.
Yeah.
You know? And then if you're like Tom Hugard actually says, like, you want to trade. Well, the other thing I want to say is, like, people tend to oversize, especially with the prop firms. Like, these accounts are really small. Your daily loss limit or your drawdown is small. So, you know, full transparency, I do trade minis most of the time, but you know, if you're going in like max contracts, like 5 minis or something, you know, as soon as you get a funded 50K funded account, you're gonna nuke that account quick.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Tom Hugard also, but you also, for me, like I struggle trading micros because I tend to overtrade, you know, because I've been trading long enough now where I feel like, you know, I'm profitable. I can handle a mini, maybe 2, depending if I get enough buffer on the account, you know, or on the day, you know, if I get a nice start to the day.
Yeah.
I sometimes I'll push my winners, my winning days, and I'll push it. Tom Hugard talks about trading just big enough so you feel just a little bit uncomfortable. You know, you don't want to feel too lax, I guess. So like for me, like sizing is important too. Yeah.
I like, yeah. What do you think of the charts right now?
Well, right now I think if I don't know, we pushed up. We're like almost testing the VWAP, and it kind of feels like we're going to curl back down. We ended up filling this gap up here on this 5-minute chart.
Yeah.
And we immediately started to curl back down.
Yeah.
ICT guys will say this is a fair value gap up here. We filled it.
Yeah.
And it feels like it wants to roll over again. But I have no inside bars. I have no harami candles, which is my edge.
Okay. Yep.
So,
someone did ask about that, about your setups. And so you love to trade the harami candle, aka the pine cone, and also the inside bars, aka acorns.
yeah, right. That's Terry's thing, which is funny. I
Yeah.
love it. Because
I want to help. I want to
yeah,
help Pine Tree brand that. The pine cone and the acorn.
right. So Pine
Yeah.
Tree 2025 model.
I love it. I want to celebrate IMI real quick. IMI, are you in chat? IMI told us in chat that you passed an account with the promo, the week's promo, and so you got your free one. Yay! Congratulations. Everyone type in W for IMI. So use code YouTube to purchase a starter plus and or expert account, and make sure you type in code YouTube. And then when you pass that, you will receive a free account like a BOGO. Ming says, win. Mr. Paul is cheering you on. Bill E is cheering you on. IMI, congratulations. That's awesome. It is the good feeling when you get that email, I will say. And when it's like, congratulations, you earned a free eval from off of that promo.
Right.
So this short is looking good. If I hadn't already said I'm sitting on my hands, I am all over this short. This looks so good.
Yeah, so very technical. I mean, we pushed up towards the VWAP, we filled that gap, and now we're breaking below the initial balance low from today, which is 888.50.
Okay, so we're trading below. So that is very bearish signal. Below VWAP, VWAP below initial balance this late in the day. And we never know, guys, like what's going to happen. This is kind of just trader lingo, what we're looking at, what other people are looking at too. Oh, No Sequi said, F, I was short and closed. Ugh, I hate that feeling.
Yeah.
FOMO. Yeah.
I'm sorry, just wait for your next setup and just sit on your hands until your next setup comes in.
Yeah.
That's the best thing. Instead of trying to like just get the FOMO and just pushing the button, it usually gets me in trouble. Yeah. And I still do it, but you know, for sure, that's what gets me in trouble. Yeah, someone's asking me about my setups. I do have a few videos on my YouTube channel. If you guys want to follow me at Pine Tree Trader on YouTube. If you check out my long form videos, I talk about Harami candles and inside bars, and I try to make the strategy videos super brief. But they're very basic and easy. Basically
Simple.
simple. I use a 5-minute chart. I trade NQ mostly. I do trade YM sometimes. Basically, it puts in an inside bar, which I got painted yellow. The indicator is here. LDT inside outside bars. And I just take the breaks of those 5-minute bars, the inside bars, and that's about it. And I usually target the opposite end of the previous candle. So for instance, on this Harami candle here, I would take the break and target the mother candle, what they call the mother candle, which is the previous bar before it. And I would just target the low, which has been right here, and then stop at a win above. And that's it. And usually, like, my hit rate, people ask me this all the time, I'm usually around 65 to 70%, and my R&R is usually around 1 to 1.
Nice.
So and I tend to look for 10, 15, 20, 30 points a day, and that's about it. And then I switch accounts, and I don't copy trade that often. So.
That is the secret. I've heard many people share to not copy trade. And if you do, don't do it very often, just as a way to help manage risk too, because it's not just risk within each trade, but also like how many accounts you have on the same trade. I will share that oftentimes I'm like, well, if this is a good trade, if I think this is a good enough trade, why don't I put it on all my accounts?
Which I've done. I have copy traded accounts, and but like, if you do have one bad moment, one bad day, they're all gone.
Exactly. That's the problem. Yeah, it's great when it works in your favor and you're green on everything. But when it doesn't go in your favor, or if it's on a day that you're tilting, it's bad. Then you start from scratch all over again, which sucks.
Yep. Full transparency, I blew an account today, funded account. I did. But I got a payout on another account.
Okay.
So it's like,
that helps you.
That's why I don't copy trade, because early on in the day, pre-market, which I felt like I shouldn't have been trading, I got a little tilty, I guess, and got in a little bit too much leverage and ended up blowing an account. And then I was just like, okay. And I went and settled down and went and traded another account that I had, and ended up reaching a payout. So it's just like, okay. But if I had been copy trading all my accounts, then they were all been blown this morning.
Yeah.
So
wisdom, you guys. This is good.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I personally don't copy trade all my accounts. I mean, I know a lot of people are good at it, but for my type of trading, it doesn't really fit me. Yeah.
So once you make 2 to 3 trades an account, you kind of set it aside and move on to the next account.
Yeah, I average. I mean, if say like I had 2 starter accounts or 2 expert accounts, I might copy trade those. But I'm not running like one of those third-party copiers, where you see some streamers like copy trading tons of accounts. I just, for me, mentally, I can't handle that.
Yeah. Right.
So I usually average between like 1 to 5 trades. If I hit a nice trade off the rip, then, I kind of move on to the next account.
Yeah. How often do you trade throughout the day? Do you try and limit how many hours you're trading in a day? Does that help or not help?
Yeah, I don't want to be sitting in front of the screens all day. I used to.
Mm-hmm.
Now the weather's getting better. I want to be outside. I want to be hiking. I want to be doing fun activities. I don't want to be sitting in front of I mean, I got into trading for the freedom.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
the freedom. I don't have to be here 9 to 5. So, I don't want to be so I'm not gonna be. But I've had those days where I'm sitting in front of the screens all day, 12, 13, 14 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and usually on tilt.
Yeah.
And
It's not good.
not good. And it affects
Yeah.
me mentally the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm exhausted the next day.
Yeah. So you've learned through that experience that less is more, and you got into trading for the freedom. I think everyone can relate to that who's listening. Like most of us get into trading for the freedom. Like that's what we love about it. We want to be our own boss.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to be able to work when we want to work, how we want to work, from where we want to work without having to ask someone for a time off, right? Like that's what we love about it. So we don't want to be stuck at the desk every day. That defeats the purpose.
No,
Yeah.
I'm traveling right now. I mean, I'm on my laptop,
Yeah.
So
That's
it's wherever I have internet, I can go. I mean, I was trading on the plane. We talked about it last time I was on. I made 5 figures on the plane.
amazing.
Flying back from Las Vegas after the roulette table took all my money and the blackjack table took all my money. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make some money on the plane on the ride home on something I actually have an edge on.
Yeah.
And made I think $10K on a personal account, futures account, flying.
It's amazing.
I'm like, oh, I'm gonna upgrade the internet on the plane. Well, it was well worth it.
So, incredible. Yeah. That's so cool. Yeah. Bay Trader says exactly, Terry, why we got into trading. And so if you're trading and you're like, okay, I'm done for the day, you can tune into our show and you can still hear trading talk. You can hear people talking about trades, making trades, just shoot the breeze with us, as they say. And then that helps too, to kind of make you feel like you're still in the markets, but you have risk off, which is a nice way to spend the day, I think. Yeah. Like sometimes if I'm driving, I'll just put on MyFundedFutures TV and I'll just listen. Right. And it just feels like you're just hanging out with the gang, which is a nice feeling. You do that too.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm always listening to some streamers or something like that. Getting my trading fix. I call it getting my trading fix in by not trading, and I think a lot of people tune into my stream for that. Because I stream when the market reopens. So from 6 Eastern to 8 p.m. usually Eastern. The market, the slow markets, we call them the turtle markets. I think most people are tuning in after work and things like that because they just want to hang and talk about the markets. I do trade live, but let's be honest, the markets are usually not that great to trade at that time. But we do sling around some contracts, and I think people just love to,
to hang out. Exactly. Yeah, we have a bunch of people in chat right now that are regulars on your stream in chat. You stream Sunday evening through Thursday evening. Definitely you start streaming before Globex opens at 5 p.m. Central Time. That is 6 p.m. Eastern Time for those that go by Eastern. And you stream for at least 2 hours, at least usually.
Sunday 2 hours. Yeah, and I'll pop on, sometimes they're in New York and stuff too.
Yeah.
But but it's a little random right now. I do want to get back to streaming more during the open and things like that, but it's just very flooded. MyFundedFutures TV. I'm usually watching the MyFundedFutures TV, so I don't want to stream myself. So
Yes. Dell says Homies TV.
Yes.
Ashtray said, am I regular yet?
Yeah, I see a lot of my subscribers on here, which is awesome.
Oh, okay. Helpful is asking for the link to your stream. Let's drop it in chat. Pine Tree Traders YouTube channel, so you guys can hang out with Pine Tree Trader in the evenings. And we love that you come and keep us company on MyFundedFutures TV.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking when you look at the market right now? We NASDAQ is down
Order
about
filled.
88 points. Ooh, I heard an order filled.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop in along here just to try. It seems like a cheap enough trade. It is on the expert account. We'll see if we can retrace some of this candle.
Ooh, it's pumping.
I'm
Do
in
you
the
trail your
micros.
stop?
It depends on how much I'm really looking for. Normally, like this would be where I would take profit, but I think we could retrace back a little bit more.
Nice.
So I am trading the micros.
Okay.
It is later in the day.
Yep.
But yeah, I do trail. I don't necessarily trail my stop once I'm funded, especially on end of day accounts. I feel like the stop needs to be where it needs to be. And you know, and I just leave it. If I'm trading an intraday account or something like that, then I'll trail it. But we don't have to worry about that with MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, all of our accounts are end of day trailing, you guys. I'm sorry, end of day drawdown. So it doesn't trail during the day, which someone did ask me on X about that, and I'm so proud to say that all of our accounts are end of day drawdown. So, because what can happen for people who don't know, who are listening, like certain firms, they will trail you during the day, even though it's not end of day yet. So like, let's say your account, your trade is winning and you're up $200. And then you, even before you even close that account, let's say the trade goes against you, goes back to zero in profit. Well, now you just lost $200 worth of your drawdown. Like certain firms do that, and MyFundedFutures does not do that, which I love. None of our accounts are intraday trailing. They're all end of day.
Yes, I love that too. I feel like you can really push your winners.
Yes, exactly. You can push your winning days. Like if you're up 500, and this is not advice. This is just what
Not
I do.
financial advice.
Yeah, never. Sometimes if I'm up, like I'll start to build a cushion, and then I'll use that cushion, and then I'll like keep pressing and pressing and pressing. And that's how I'm able to pass accounts sometimes in the same day, or pass in 2 days. Like if it is a 50%, consistency rule, depending on the account. But yeah, everyone does it differently. I know lots of traders that don't do that they are very consistent in how they trade. I tend to be more risk on, which is great when things are going great, and then they're terrible when they're going terrible. So I don't, it's just kind of the way that I trade. I am constantly working on pulling back and learning to manage my risk better. Which, speaking of risk, like I heard you say on this trade, you're like, I'm in a micro, and which is part of how I heard Barbie manages risk too. Like she had a great trade this morning and made lots of money on it. So on stream, like she was like, okay, I do want to take this trade. I want to get a piece of it, but I'm not going to risk big on it. I'm just going to risk a little bit. So if I lose on this trade, I'm still green on the day, which I think is part of it too. It's not just trade management with each trade. It's like, what does the overall picture look like? Which is like something I'm kind of learning. So I want to share that with you guys. Chat. Yeah, let us know what helps you with managing risk. Let me know. I want to hear what some of your thoughts are.
Ash Trades says that intraday trailing is the most unrealistic trading there is, and I agree.
Yeah,
I do agree.
No broker intraday trails you. Yeah.
No. So we're looking pretty good on this trade right here, up about 10 points.
Awesome.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I am looking for a little more. I think we could retrace maybe 50% of this candle or more.
Okay.
But I am in. See, this is the thing where if I was trading minis, I'd be like, okay, well, we're pushing. You know, you start to see those dollars tick up.
Oh,
But
yeah.
with micros, you can tend to hold longer,
Yep.
which I find, you know, an
Yeah.
advantage. And we're risking $100 on this account, so it's not. If we get stopped out, it's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And what are we looking to make? Yeah, about 140, $150. So a little over 1-to-1, but I think we could possibly push it to the 80s.
Yeah. I like how you said you're risking about $100. Just earlier on Ash's show, we talked about Ash talked about how you have to fully accept the risk ahead of time. Like if you're not willing to accept the risk, then don't put the trade on. And you're like, look, like we're risking $100. I can stomach that. No big deal.
Right.
Yeah.
Losing $100 on a 50K expert funded account is not going to put me on tilt.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
That's just part
no
of it. Right.
THX says taking only a few trades a day.
Order canceled.
Oh, yeah. Nice take profit there.
Woohoo! Chat, type a W, win for Pine Tree Trader. Let's go.
So
Fire.
almost 30 points there on that trade there, but
nice trade.
not quite
30 points.
Not quite.
Yeah,
30
almost.
Yeah,
awesome
that's a nice trade, and that's basically like the setups I look for. And like when I trade inside bars breaks, I tend to be a little more discretionary on where I want to take profit, and just looking at this, what I call a death candle, but
you call it a death candle?
Yeah, I call them death candles. I was basically looking at taking profit about 50% retracement of that candle on the 5-minute chart. So that's what we did right there.
Very nice. Keegan says, I smell campfire. Pine trees on fire. Yeah, I smell the fire too. Nice job. Do you like to look at 50% for kind of your targets for retracement if it is a really big candle like that? Uh-oh, am I lagging?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I think it cut out there for a minute. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
okay.
My question was, it's okay. Technology. So in a big candle like that, do you typically look at a 50% retracement for a profit target?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I'm naturally kind of a scalper. And you can see like we went 50% and then we're like immediately pulling back.
Yeah.
So like I kind of like hit the top there.
Yep.
And plus, I believe, let me look.
You have to be fast.
Actually, I didn't even notice this, but initial balance low was right there too.
Oh, yeah.
So we literally just bounced our head off the initial balance low, which I actually didn't even pay attention to, which I should have. But so yes. So I mean, to say a 30-point trade is a scalp, to some people it is, but but yeah, I mean, if I can take 30 points all day long, that's great. But most of the time, like even 10, 15 points, I'm happy with.
Oh yeah, especially if you're trading minis. 10 points, done.
Sure.
$200 done.
Yeah.
On one contract. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we bounced our head off the initial balance low, and we're immediately pulling back. So it actually could put in a harami candle. If I was trading super aggressive, if we end up closing right here and take a break of the 50, whatever this candle would be, if we put in that harami, it actually might trigger a short, but that would be super aggressive. I almost hate getting into a trade immediately after I get out of a nice trade.
Yeah.
And then because that way, if that trade's a loser, then it's just like, if it's a winner, then it's like, oh, I feel like a genius. But if it's a loser, then I'm like, all right, now I'm over trading. What am I doing? 30. I took 30 points out of the NQ. It's time to go ride a bike or something.
Right, to go celebrate your win. And
Right.
managing your emotions is part of the trade management too, is what I'm hearing. So managing your highs on winning trades to be able to just kind of take a step back, take a break, take a breath.
Yes.
Yeah. So much of it is in between our ears.
It's 95%. 95%. It's something I work on every single day. I start every day off with at least 20 minutes of meditation before I trade, just to try to get my head right. And it's not, I'm not meditating about trading every time, although I have come up with some really nice concepts in my brain, like while meditating, which is really neat. But it's just like, it's just about like keeping a balance, within my everyday life, like, trying to stay calm, collected. I heard Ash Trades talking about being present, and like, I'm a huge like power of now person, like being present with the markets, what you're doing, things like that. Like, it's so important. Like Power of Now, the book, The Power of Now, to me is one of the best trading books, non-trading books that you can read, for me.
Yeah, so life outside of the charts helps you with life on the charts.
It does. Yeah. I mean, I think being present, with what you're doing, not thinking about the past, not thinking about the future. Just for me, I'm looking, because like, how I trade, like I don't like to have bias. I don't like to know what the news is. I don't want to know any of that stuff. I like to look at the 5-minute chart, and I keep a naked chart for the most part. All I have up there is the VWAP, and I just look to see what that.
Keep it simple. Yeah.
I think we're having internet issues again.
Yeah, a little lagging. Let's see. Ash Trade says 80% mental, 20% chart. Yes, so much of it.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about that book, is that the moment you realize that you're not present, that you're actually present.
The moment that you realize you're not present.
Yeah. So if you're thinking like, I'm not being present,
yeah,
you're actually present.
Oh
You're
yeah,
actually,
that makes sense.
yeah. So that's like, because so many times, like, you have like, I don't even know what it is, like 80,000 thoughts a day that run through your brain, something crazy. And then, you don't want to worry about your last trade that I just took. You want to let's focus on the next trade. You're not trying to like predict the future with the market, because the market's completely random. You could get a tweet at any moment. It could just send this thing 300 points to the up.
Yeah.
You don't even know, or down. Like, you just don't know. The market's random. So it's just like, you don't really want to be thinking about, what's going to happen in the future, or what you just did. If you just had if that trade I just took is a losing trade, then it's like, that's okay. You just move on to the next.
Yeah. Ken Shin said, what book? Power of Now is the book, your favorite, one of your favorites.
Yeah. Power of Now is one of my favorites. And Tom Hugard's book, Best Loser Wins, is another one. Terry just got me reading The Market Wizards.
Yes, I love those. They're so good.
Yep. And I love, I mean, those are some of my favorite books. As far as the best part about those books is you're not going to see any setups in those books.
No setups.
And like I tried to tell my subscribers, is like, you know, I don't care what your edge is or what, I don't care if you trade ICT. I don't care if you trade Bollinger Bands, or Ichimoku clouds. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's like, if you find an edge that's profitable, the trick is sticking with it. And most people go off the rails and they don't stick with their edge. And that's where the problems come in. So if you can just stick with your edge every single day, whether it's just, you know, one trade a day or a few trades a day with that edge and sticking with a daily loss limit, you're going to find yourself like getting the payouts.
Right. So like you're saying, it doesn't matter what strategy it is, it's sticking with whatever edge. Like, part of the edge is sticking with it.
Yeah.
The strategy. Yeah. Whatever it may be. Everyone trades differently. I've never met two traders that trade exactly the same. Like, exactly. Everyone trades a little bit different models,
Yeah.
different strategies, like whatever it is. How some people trade only once a month. They will put on a trade during like non-farm payrolls. Everyone does it differently.
So someone asked me what music helps ground my mind during trading. I actually don't really listen to music while I'm trading. During my stream, I have music going for entertainment because I like to have music going in my streaming. But my favorite music, I guess I could just say my favorite music is 90s hip hop. I'm into like hardcore metal music, like real scream yelling music. I like that kind of stuff. And then 70s rock. I'm pretty much everything. 70s rock. Red Hot Chili Peppers, one of my favorite bands. And Grateful Dead. I listen to a lot of Grateful Dead. That really helps calm me. I'm kind of a deadhead. A little bit of a deadhead. So
it sounds like a variety. Chat, do you guys listen to music when you trade?
yeah.
It is fun to listen to music when you trade. I've done it and it can be very calming. I've literally put on that Selena Gomez. I think it's Selena Gomez. Oh, look at what do we have here? It's
All right, we got
the
the wheel.
Woo-hoo! Let's do some giveaways. Chat,
do it.
should we give away some accounts with the wheel? Type in W if you want to win. For good luck, type in W in the chat. Let's go. Everyone, make sure you smash the like button if you have not already. Woohoo! All right, let's go. Pine Tree Trader, do you want to help announce the names and I will cheer people on?
I will.
People want to win. Mr. Paul says win. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go.
No skew.
Congratulations. Winning your free 50K Starter Plus account. Make sure you open up the ticket, guys.
The DJ Day Trader.
Congratulations. Woohoo.
Mountain Drew.
Mountain Drew, congratulations. I like your name.
Orazio King.
Congratulations, Mr. King.
Little Trades.
Woohoo! Awesome job, 50K Starter Plus account.
Andy 9.
Congratulations, Andy.
Fictional Kara.
Congratulations, Fictional Kara. 50K Starter Plus account. Look at all those names. Those are all names. Exciting.
Decal.
Congratulations, Decal.
Khan.
Woohoo! Last one. It might be you.
I wish I was profitable. I like that.
Ah!
You'll get there.
Congratulations. I wish I was profitable. I hope you become profitable soon. That's fun.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
fun. Free
Thank you.
accounts is always good.
Yeah. Thank you for helping us spin and announce.
Yeah, for sure.
So what are you thinking for the rest of the day with the charts? Like, what do you see? Are you going to sit on your hands or wait till power hour? Or are you done?
I'm pretty much going to sit on my hands. This is setting up for another trade, but that's a pretty good trade. 30 points. I would have walked away by now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been trading anymore.
Do you plan things as a way to help you like close down the charts? Like are you like, I'm gonna go to the gym or I'm gonna go do this or?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, going to the gym, like for me, just getting out and getting some exercise is just very important for me, because I don't have a standing desk, but yeah, we do a lot of sitting, and I think getting out to the gym is important. It just helps me mentally. Usually, I love going on hikes when the weather's nice, and no headphones. Just no. I leave my phone in the car. It's just me and nature, out in the woods, hanging with the pine trees, and usually I'm just like kind of recapping my trading. Not so much my setups, but like my plans for like, okay, like, all right, just keep doing what I'm doing. Or if I had a bad day, it's like, why did I do that? Like, why am I still trading like that? Things like that. So, but it just clears my head. So whatever negative thought, whatever positive thought comes in my head as I'm hiking, I'm just filtering all that out, and it just really helps me. And sometimes, I'll come back for the power hour. Like if I'm trying to pass some evals or something like that, I'll come back for the power hour and see what I can do to pass an eval or something. But most of the time, the funded accounts are all locked up, good or bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
So less is more, and go and touch some grass is what I hear is very helpful.
Go hug some pine trees.
Go hug some pine trees.
That's right.
So do you have some last minute encouraging words for people who are listening, people who are trying to pass an eval right now? What would you say?
If you're trying to pass an eval, be patient and just don't give up. You're gonna blow accounts. Like, just don't give up. I mean, I think that's the reason why, like, you and I, Terry, are still in the game. Is like we're too stubborn to give up.
Very stubborn.
And I think that if you look at a lot of the expert traders, and I'm talking big names, like even in the Market Wizards books and things like that, most of these people went broke at one point in time trading, but they didn't give up. They had to do whatever they could to get back in the game. I've delivered DoorDash. I've to buy evals before. You just got to do whatever you got to do to keep going, going forward. Like, that's the biggest thing.
To get through the learning curve. Ashtray says fail forward. Yes.
Yes,
there's
I like
definitely
that.
a
Fail
learning
forward.
curve.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming on and keeping us company and trading with us. And congratulations on the almost 30-point win live. And everyone go follow Pine Tree Trader on X, and then also go and subscribe to Pine Tree Trader on YouTube. He does stream live Sunday evenings through Thursday evenings. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me on again.
Bye. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's welcome Matt.
Hey, Terry, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? Things are going good. How are you?
Things are going pretty good. My day is good. I feel happy. I feel alive. The market's not good, but I feel good.
It's good that you feel good and that you're alive. Thank goodness.
That is true. That's true.
So, any good trades today, earlier?
I have done pretty okay. At the start of the day, I was basically, I think a lot of my friends on socials also got shaken out today. The market opened with just such good stuff. Like everything was good. You know, we were sitting there, markets rallying, all the data's good, stocks are going up, everything's going up. Then like mid stride, like with like 15 minutes within market opening, it just started selling and selling and selling and selling and selling. Really hard to explain what's going on. There was no evidence of it. There's no resistance we tapped. There's really nothing other than I just think like, you know, expiration is a big part of it. VIX had some key movements that made the market unusually volatile real quick. And just like delayed response for the FOMC's bomb they dropped in the middle of the week. You know, FOMC kind of hit us with some horrible news. And then, you know, Iran, Israel, people are taking profit in the weekend. So I think all of this kind of culminated in just like this unusual Friday. But crawling my way back, I am in a trade right now. So hopefully see how well it goes. Oh, by the way, Terry, check it out.
Yes. I love it.
It was laundry day today. Like I woke up and I went to go dig through like, you know, my normal arsenal of t-shirts. As I'm looking through it, there's nothing to wear. And I was like, holy crap, let me just throw something dirty in the dryer and fluff it up a little bit. But then I go outside to take the trash out. There's a box sitting in front of my house with a clean shirt in it to wear. So I'm excited.
It's the best merch. MyFundedFutures merch.
Yeah, it actually fits pretty well. It looks nice. It's a high quality shirt.
Nice. It does look nice. Yeah. So Luke said he's going to work on some merch for us to give away next week. So fingers crossed. Hopefully we can give away some merch because I think you guys would all love some merch. Type in yes if you want Luke to get us some merch to give away. I love merch. I don't know. It just feels special to get merch.
Yeah.
PT says yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, guys. Usually when it comes to merch, it's always poor quality, super thin shirts that like, you know, they're never really that good, but everything they sent was really nice. Like actually the quality of the shirt is really nice. It's thick. It's
cotton.
Yeah, it's super nice. Actually, it's very comfy. I like it.
Very nice. Thanks for wearing it on Friday. We have talked about doing some theme days on Fridays. Would you be down for like a theme day? Like all the traders, like we wear a cowboy hat or something.
I mean, wait, did you say wear a cowboy hat? Because, you know, like.
Do you have one?
It's not a real cowboy hat. It's a fake one. Hold on. This is IDOC's cowboy hat, but I stole it from her because look at the lighting on it. It's got like rhinestone sequin thing going on it. Howdy, partner.
That is fire. I love that.
That's right, partner.
Burke said that's fire. I love it. I want one. I need to know where she got it from.
She had some kind of work conference or something, and the theme was literally cowboy, and they were all wearing these goofy looking foam cowboy hats, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That is awesome. Well, I will be back. I'll pop in
all right,
in a
Terry.
little bit. Okay.
Cool. Excellent. Okay. So guys, probably tough trading day for a lot of folks. It was tough for I'm still fighting my way back. It was interesting to see how everything played out. Let me show you guys some cool stuff just to start off. As you guys know, my style, I always trade liquidity pockets, and we had all good setups. So let me just kind of show you what happened this morning. Market open really solid. Okay, I'm going to draw all my resistances on the chart so that you know. I'm going to use SPY. I've been trading S&P and NASDAQ futures, but I'll use SPY as an example. Right here, this half gap right here is always support when this white line's greater than 0. Check. MHP, this line is always support when this is greater than 0. Check. This was support and this was support. And the market just, as it was going up and up and up, just out of the blue, the volume turned on and it sold and it broke. And then this is usually support when this is greater than half. And so each one of my supports today, which was a rock solid iron wall of support, got clobbered, which is weird. Not usually will this happen. I mean, these are like 10% of 10% of 10% chance. This is like a once in a million sort of day. You don't see so many solid supports all break at once. And when it happened, the market just kind of went crazy, right? And so now I'm working my way back up, but usually, you know, risk management's kind of what I had to, you know, get out of this with is that, you know, I took a loss, and then I waited and then found another opportunity to get back in. If you see on the right side of the screen, this one account is up $450. Today is going to be fun because this account is down almost $3,000. So we're trying to work our way back. Hopefully we can get back to the front of this. NASDAQ was even cleaner. NASDAQ had a liquidity pocket here, which is my favorite setup. When I say all my liquidity pockets and stuff, the little chart to the right is the guide of what I'm normally going to be doing. And so this was a beautiful long. The market went up and came in here and I started longing from there. It fell through. I added to it and it fell through. Then I just kind of got out of the way. Now we're down here at a second liquidity pocket here. And this is the trade I'm setting up to take. I grabbed it. It went up, came back down. I'm still holding and I'm holding for the run up here. Hopefully so. Now, why are we selling off, you may ask, right? What's going on in this market? And I'll talk to you about a couple of things. Number one is there's a lot, like I don't know if somebody said like $6 trillion worth of options expiring today, which is like one of the biggest options expiring days in history. Notional value wise is what I heard. I don't know the exact stats on that, but a lot of the market being pushed around has to do with options expiring. This is triple witching day. Futures, options, equity options, et cetera, all futures expire all on the same day. So this is partially part of it, but also, you know, this is another thing. I'll give you a little example of kind of like the dynamics of why markets are moving. This is kind of helpful, right? You guys may not have been, maybe you were sleeping during the Fed, or if you knew about the Fed, what the Fed actually said was probably one of the worst Fed meetings that we've had probably in the last 3 years. And you might not have noticed it unless you looked at the data, but the Fed dropped a really, really, really big bomb on us. And this is kind of what is, right? The dot plot is the projections, and I'll just quickly go through this. This is each member voting on where they think rates should be. And currently we are here at 4.5. And in March, the belief was the majority of the Fed speakers thought that we would be cutting rates down almost close to 3.75 to 4. This is roughly 2 to 3 rate cuts in the first year. Then the majority of everybody was down here closer to the 3.5 range. So this is roughly a total of 3 to 4 rate cuts between now and next year. But when we came out with this dot plot, what you see is like a couple of people no longer think that we need rate cuts at all. There's 2 of them from that category and 1 of them from this category. 3 of the members now are in the we need 0 rates period, or 0 rate cuts period for this year. And then, so it's severely dropped down to, if you put the average right about 4 to 4.25, then we've dropped down roughly to about maybe 1, if we're lucky, 2 rate cuts this year at all. Far-fetched from the 2 to 3 we might have had. So Fed is very much reacting to what the tariffs are putting into the inflation numbers. Michigan numbers projected 5.5% in the first year. They're not going to cut rates unless it's closer to 2. That's really bad. But what's even worse is the longer term projection. You notice the big difference between this big old fat 3.5 where everybody's at to most of the people are closer to 4 now. Okay, 3.75 to 4, which means we may only get 2, if we're lucky, 3 this year, maybe 2 on the low end because inflation's high. So we might get practically no 0 to 1 rate cut this year and maybe 2 total for the next 2 years. That's it. And then also on the 2027, the majority of people also are here as well. That's also a projection of almost no rate cuts to maybe 1 more in 2027 compared to the 4 to or compared to the 5 to 6 we'd be having otherwise. Okay, so the Fed is very much responding to being less likely to cut rates. This is a big bomb they dropped on Wednesday, right? And so comparing like last quarter's dot plot to this one, more and more Fed members are like, screw these tariffs, we're not cutting rates. That's number 1. Okay, number 2 is we had a lot of this bull market that ran up on the April 10th move around when Trump was saying, you know, buy the dip. You guys remember that day? And then he said, we're pausing the European tariffs for 90 days, blah, 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 blah. And then, was it 90? Yeah, 90 days. And so here we've been rallying and people have just been kind of like planting very near the money puts just to trail this up, just in case the trade war falls apart. So you have some really, 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 really tight insurance. The Fed dropped the bomb and then we went on a holiday and then futures just kind of traded up into that holiday. So now we're kind of sitting here in the middle just to expire out all these options. Hold on. I hear something going on in the background.
Has reached a level of 300%, and obviously this affects everybody.
Do you guys hear sound? I hear sound on my computer. That's not coming through my computer. Oh, it must have been somebody there. Okay. Somebody's watching the news on the other side. That's okay. Well, we got some very good information about something. Anyways, okay. Thank you guys. So anyways, what we saw was that we have a really, really, really tight, puts in the way. Oh, let me get back to watching chat here. Puts nearby, and also just the fact that in the recent, couple of weeks, we had not only Fed drop a bomb, but no pun intended, Israel and Iran also dropping bombs, created a little bit of panic in the market as well way back here, started pressuring some of that bullishness to put some of those puts in the money. So what I think is happening is that just the mechanics of expiration is starting to cause just a little bit of like over panic, I guess, and basically a lot of forced selling because options are being thrown into the money that normally wouldn't be. And of course, the holiday that happened before this. I think it was just a perfect recipe for just unusual movement here. And again, people are still, Wall Street is not going to shake off that Fed projection as easily as we hoped that it would, because that was kind of really bad news. We haven't seen if you're just new to trading, we're in this period of time where Fed is in this policy of quantitative tightening. Quantitative tightening is opposite of quantitative easing. When I started trading was right after the financial disaster in 2008. Quantitative easing was the Fed printing money and buying assets and propping the market up. Fed adding things to their balance sheet. The Fed investing in stuff. They were buying all kind of things. Usually they don't buy stocks, but on occasion they will. A lot of times they buy like treasuries and things like that. But they were buying like AIG and I think Fannie and Freddie and all that stuff to kind of prop those companies and keep them from crashing. And so, the Fed adds things to their balance sheet, which also means that the Fed is bullish with you. Quantitative tightening is the opposite. Things in their balance sheet are expiring and maturing, and they're not re-upping the investment. Like a treasury bond will expire, they're not buying more. So they're not propping things up as much. They're sort of pulling back. So in quantitative tightening, this is the first time I've ever seen it. It's only been a couple years of it. And the sensitivity we are to rate cuts could be enhanced by the fact that you don't have Fed also being bullish in the market and not cutting rates. So I think Wall Street was hoping that even in a period of quantitative tightening, inflation was going to come down. We get some rate cuts to push us higher, but we're not getting that. And the Fed is more reluctant due to the tariffs to do so. So I think we're going to respond pretty nastily to it. But right now the bet is, does Wall Street care more about tariffs or rate cuts? Are we okay with the no rate cuts? Are we okay with the tariffs? Are we still going to go bullish from here? Or is this a sign of, are we going to top out and maybe take another leg or two down? It's kind of where we are. So this expiration is a very good sign of the market's tolerance to a lot of things. We just rolled into a new VIX contract. VIX monthly options expired on Wednesday. And VIX is actually pretty clean, even though it's somewhat elevated relative to last month. The forward curve flattened out, which means market wasn't pricing in a lot of volatility. So when Iran and Israel happened and Fed dropped the bomb, that non-planning of volatility caused the market to overreact to the lack of, nobody thought anything was going to happen in the last week or so. Tons of stuff happened. So I think that's what caused this unusual overshoot and this bull market just to dump out, because we kind of had this surprise volatility add up this week and just threw a bunch of puts in the money. So the market's just not closing out as bullish as we want it to. And that's my understanding of probably why we're selling off today. Just long story short, too much happened too quick, too close to expiration, and caught the market off guard while they were sleeping. If you guys know anything about, I'm from Texas history. Texas won their independence from Mexico by catching the Mexican army off guard while they were sleeping. That's how we won our independence. We caught them in the middle of a siesta, and we marched up and took prisoners. So market got off guard while we were sleeping. Oh, by the way, does in other states, when you're a kid, do you learn anything about Texas history? Or is that just a Texas thing? Do you learn about your own state's history? This is what I always wondered. Texas history is such a huge thing because we were a country at one point. There's all this rich history when you learn about it in history. But I wonder if you guys are like from Ohio or from like Mississippi or something. You have like a state history class in your junior high when you were a kid. Yeah, we got the Alamo. We got all these cool stories that we learn about. when we're kids. Just the Alamo. You guys, so out of state, you still learn a little bit about the Alamo. It's a cool story. Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, so I think market just caught us off guard a little bit. Six Flags. That's right. You learn not to trust Texas. That's funny. Hawaii learns about Hawaii. Hawaii has a lot of good history, I would bet. In Tennessee, so yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Learn about California history. Your siblings learn about Illinois history, and your daughter's learning about Florida history. That is very cool. I didn't know if other states had like enough to fill up an entire class of like history. Because like in Texas history, half of the class is learning about the Texas Revolution. It was such a big, drawn out event. So there's a lot to cover, you know. You had a whole class in 7th grade dedicated to it. Somebody says, I don't remember the Alamo. How dare you? You must remember the Alamo. It's required to be an American citizen. You must remember the Alamo. You must. Or also, you have to remember Goliad. There was a second part to that saying that people don't remember. Remember the Alamo. Remember Goliad, I think was the other one. Which is everybody remembers the cannon flag. The come and take it. Y'all remember that? Yeah. It was a massacre, I think, of civilians. There's a whole part of the saying is two parts too, but everyone remember the Alamo. Remember the Geronimo. That's funny. All right. New York State originally covered Mexican-American conflict more than Texas independence. Okay. But even with New York has like more rich state history, I think, than a lot of the states, because it's crucial turning point to like America in general. New York is like have like a lot to talk about. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah. So I think markets just kind of, surprised people because nobody was expecting a bunch of news to pile up and bad news to pile up at the last minute. And I think when you just throw a bunch of puts in the money, the market over responds to it and then starts just acting a little crazy. And this you can see today, even that really strong support I was talking about that wasn't supposed to break. You can even see on S&P and NASDAQ how the market right here was really tight as it was falling. It was actually falling really slow, really tight candles, tons of wicks. And there was, buffering volume to keep this from selling off. And then it's just that pressure was just pushing and pushing and pushing. And then finally, once it capsized, the market over responded with all this extra volume. So, one of the times that when people say, is MOPEX usually a thing? A lot of times in the market, it doesn't really become a thing. It just is not really a reason for markets to move fast. Usually you stay within a range. But today, OPEX is obviously a thing. And it caused a thing. And why it caused a thing is probably just for the reason I said. Last weekend, there's this possible American conflict we might get involved in. Wednesday, the Fed's like, we're not going to cut rates probably anymore. So that's a lot of very quick news onto a very large expiration with lots of notional value of SPY expiring today. Supposedly, as people have said, the largest expiration in SPY monetarily in the history of the SPY. So it kind of sounds like a recipe for craziness. I don't know about you, but maybe me. Do I not have the Canon undies? I do know there are people that have the boxers that have the Canon on it. That would be nice to have, but I don't have the pair. But I bet you could buy a pair if you go to San Antonio. But you all the gift shops sell the come and take it Canon draws for you to wear. Yeah. Your Ninja Trader just suddenly started opening an endless amount of error windows. Yikes. Yeah. Reboot. That might help that out. Who knows? Dun, 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 dun. How long did it take for me to get my first payout? You mean like ever or any specific account? They're all kind of different. I think when I first started doing prop firms in general, I'm already a seasoned trader, so it didn't take me long to adapt. I got my first payout in probably like 2 weeks of starting. Very soon. Very soon. I figured out how to play the prop firms pretty quickly, but with all the experience I have trading, it wasn't hard to adapt. I already kind of figured out a way to kind of game the system a little bit with my risk style. Not game, not in a bad way, but like basically play the system very well. You know, I can trade very, very tightly inside of some of these constraints that they have and navigate pretty nice. Yeah, it's only took me a little bit of time. Hold on 1 second. The Texas flag shorts. I don't have a lot of gimmicky Texas memorabilia being a Texan. Well, actually, all right, I'm a liar. I've got this thing. This is a Texas themed conference. So clearly you're going to have sequined rhinestone foam cowboy hats that any real Texan would laugh at. But yeah. Okay. But with the prop firm stuff, it's not easy for some people to get started because it's not only hard to trade in general, but it's hard to trade within the constraints of what a prop firm gives you, the rules. They're not necessarily, you know, they don't make trading any easier by any means to have forced drawdowns and consistency and stuff. They kind of force your hand to do a certain style of risk management. You just have to adapt to be able to perform inside of that. I was able to adapt pretty well, but that's because, you know, when you trade the way that I do over time, you get really good at risk management in general. And so, you know, it's not hard to completely like retrofit your system to sort of meet the new criteria. If you're just getting started trading and you're trying to figure out how to trade in general, and then all of a sudden you jump from one prop firm to the next and the rules are all different, it's a whole different style of trading to jump to a new firm. So it's not the easiest thing in the world to quickly adapt to prop firms. So if you're still trading and you still haven't got a payout yet, I wouldn't be discouraged. It does take a while to become profitable as a trader in general. I know some people there were some people who came through Rocket Scooter the other day talking about, we had a conversation on stream about, you know, how long people have been doing the prop firm stuff. And there was one person that said they hadn't got a payout in 2 years. And then after they went through our boot camp, they got their first payout. Doesn't mean our boot camp guarantees a payout. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm saying is you never know when it's going to happen. It could just be that one piece of information you're missing, that one part of your style that you're missing. And this person's problem was they never had a position sizing strategy. They sort of just kind of winged it. They had all these techniques that they used, but they kind of just threw contracts at it. They didn't really know what the right size to trade or how big to trade or whatever. And so they were always kind of like blowing up all the time. You know what I'm saying? And the idea was they were just missing like one little missing piece. And if you're still failing or having a hard time with prop firms, you could just be missing whatever that one missing piece is. So ask yourself, you know, what is the, you know, what are you missing? Do you have an entry philosophy, an exit philosophy, a stop loss philosophy? Do you know the back test results of your setup? How often does it work? 80%, 20%, 50%? Do you have a position sizing guideline based on confluence? That's usually the part people are missing. More confluence, better position, higher risk, less confluence, less risk. And so when it comes to cashing out payouts, you might be missing one of those pieces. So search for those pieces to add to your arsenal. And most people, it's position sizing. You're usually betting too big. I hear a lot of people like on the stream, like, oh man, I blew up my account today. And I was like, oh, well, how much did you lose? And like, oh, I started the account this morning. I was like, well, you blew up in one day. Well, clearly, if you blow up in one day, you might be betting too big. And things like that are crucial to know. I have a rule of thumb that I make my position size. And this is a good rule of thumb to have if you guys are trying to, you know, have something to go by. I teach a class on this, but let me give you a little rule of thumb here. If you have anything you want to do on a prop firm, the idea is the more you blow up, the more you got to pay. Nobody wants to pay money every month to keep doing this. So I give myself a pretty decent rule of thumb is that I try to last 3 days with the total loss limit. And I try to do 2 trades per day per trade. So 6 total trades to be able to blow up the account. And that's a little aggressive, but it gives me a lot of wiggle room. If it's a $6,000 total loss limit, then I'll try to lose $2,000 a day, right? If the daily loss limit is $1,500, then I'm going to try to lose it in 750 a day. So now I have some guidelines, right? So I can do 750 and 200. And on NASDAQ, the NASDAQ moves about 40 points on average and S&P 10 points on average whenever it's consolidating and ranging. So I look for 40-point drawdown on NASDAQ. So 40 points of drawdown on NASDAQ to hit a 750 profit target, for example, would be roughly one contract. That'll give me 750. It's $800 every 40. So, okay, if I can lose 2 trades, it comes in under the 2,000, check. And 1 trade at 800 is pretty much right at the DLL. Check. Okay, cool. So I should trade 1 NASDAQ contract at the most. That gives me 2 trades a day and three days to blow up. And with the S&P on a 750, for example, that's 1.5 contracts. And so that comes in under both targets as well. So as a rule of thumb, most of your prop firms will balance out roughly the same. On average, I don't care how many contracts they give you to trade with. On average, the balance of how often you blow up versus how quickly you can go is very well balanced to meet like these 10 or 15-day payout schedules, like MFF as a payout schedule, roughly trading 1 NASDAQ contract per trade, no more than 2 ES per trade, depending on your account size, less than that. Your biggest, fattest expert account out there, I personally wouldn't be trading more than 1 NASDAQ contract per trade or 2 ES. And that really gets me right in that sweet spot of I can get to the profit target in the amount of days they give me. And then I can also survive 3 or 4 bad days without blowing up, right? And that's a good rule of thumb to take. And if you didn't actually take any kind of positioning, I guess, sort of, or I guess positioning adjustment based on, any kind of rule, a rule of thumb like that, you can create something for yourself, but making sure you're trading small. Some of you might be like, oh crap, I think I put 5 contracts on a trade. And this guy says he does 1. Well, there's no wrong answer or right answer to that. But just know that the bigger you trade, the faster you're going to blow up. You need to be able to survive the chop so that you don't bust your account. The average chop, as I tell you, on NASDAQ in this current environment is roughly 40 points. So I need to survive chop. And here's how much we've oscillated pretty much in the last couple hours. 835 to 875, or actually here, like this range. See how the range is right here? Is roughly 40 points of distance from high to low. And that's pretty standard in a bull market to see 40 points in NASDAQ and 10 points S&P. Just look right here, right? 890 down to 860, that's roughly 30 points. So you're seeing 30 to 40 points of wiggle room. You don't want to stop out or hit your daily loss limit just by holding through the noise of the market. Your traditional noise is 40 points in NASDAQ. Why 40 points is significant is because 40 points is the same distance in NASDAQ futures as 1 point in QQQ is on options. Options tend to move in 1 strike intervals, and therefore the market tends to move in 1 strike intervals as well in futures. And options also oscillate between strikes, so your oscillation is 40 points. If you didn't know that, you're welcome to some free education for you guys. Yeah. Hold on. But yep, so that's, and so if you haven't put any consideration into stuff like that, that's really what's helpful, as far as like getting payouts and stuff, is to maybe if you're struggling, try to work on position sizing. If you're struggling, try to do something. Try to do half of what you did before. Even a step change like that could maybe have a drastic difference in your performance. You would never know, but the idea is to take some steps in the right direction. If what you're doing is not working, like the person I met the other day hadn't taken a payout in years, it just took 1 change, and that happened to be the change they needed. They're like, oh crap, I'm just betting too big every trade. And I was like, well, what's your strategy? Well, like, I kind of don't have one, and I'm like, well, do you notice that the market, when it moves up and down, you blow up your account just with the noise? Doesn't matter if you were right or wrong, just the choppiness gets you, right? So yeah, so maybe work on something like that, you guys. A little tip there. You're about to go green right now. What is the gold movement average? I don't know what you mean by that, Mr. Smith. Oh, gold move. Oh, so, okay. Sorry. I do know what you mean. You're talking about gold. So let's do the same thing. I don't know off the top of my head, but here's how you find it. Oops. I use GLD as my gold ETF. And 1 strike in gold, we'll see how many the strike is in gold futures. So what you need to do, actually, let me do it in Thinkorswim because I don't think I have gold futures data feed and Rocket Scooter. What you're going to want to do is you're going to go to a you're going to pick something. I have an ETF. This is gold, GLD. And I'm going to do gold futures down here. Okay. And I'm going to go to Thinkorswim again, because this is what I like to use for this. I'm going to pull up the options chain. I'm going to go to GLD and just see what the strike distances between options is right here. It looks like currently gold is roughly at the money. 1 point of difference. Okay. So one strike on gold is going to be X. It's going to be how much it moves between strikes. And let's kind of find a one strike distance and just kind of average out what it will be. Let's say like today gold has been trading between 311 and actually let's find a full travel distance from 309 to 310. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put that exact moment in time. We're at 309, which is roughly here at 823. So at 823, it is 3370. And then we're going to move exactly one strike higher, which is 309 to 310, which is exactly touched at 840, which is about here, 3380. So it roughly looks like 10 points for every strike. So the distance of oscillation seems to be 10 points. So 3380. So when you do that correctly, so it looks like it's 10 points. Then while gold is just like kind of oscillating around a non-volatile environment, it should move no more than about a 10-point range. So when you do that right, gold should be sort of oscillating in a less than 10-point range. So it looks like we're going between 82 and 90. There you go. And that's how you would do something like that. Good question. I love when you guys throw these random questions at me, and I could teach you guys something on the fly. So roughly one strike distance in GLD, which is the main ETF for gold that I look at, roughly equates to about 10 points of move. So gold moves roughly 10 points of oscillation. There you go. Yeah, and you can do that pretty easily. Just clip the stream there to find that technique. You got to know the difference between the strikes, and then just basically you just look for, we moved one strike here. How many futures points was that? And you can do that with pretty much any futures contract to kind of see what its normal non-volatile oscillation is. So it's like the noise you're going to experience. So my trade is up $935. Hopefully we can dig out of this red, turn this to green for the day. Should be good. Full disclosure, my MyFundedFutures funded account hit hit daily loss limit today, which kind of sucks. Nice bull setup that just drew out, and it just sucks because I can't trade anymore today. Come back and hit it tomorrow. But man, it was just crazy on that. Not expecting this to happen, but hopefully these accounts can push forward. So I'm hoping we'll be okay. I'm using NASDAQ right here as my kind of go-to. We have a liquidity pocket on NASDAQ, which is the trade I'm always looking for. From here, roughly to that next resistance. Monthly hedge pressure is going to be resistance today because we broke it. Down here is resistance. With resilience less than 0, we also have resistance here as well. For both of these are resistance. So yeah, I've got a liquidity pocket trade right to there what I'm looking for. If we happen to break, that'd be amazing. There's really nothing else inside of here worth trading. But I do want to at least clip this right from here to here and then get a little bit out of it. This position has been up 1,000, back to 0, up 500, back to 0, up 900. Hopefully it goes. I've been holding on since 11 o'clock, which I hate holding on to a position for so long, but it happened. Anyways, I hear something rustling back there. I hear something. Somebody back there. Is it Terry? Did I hear Terry? Wonder if she's gonna. I wonder if I hear something going on back there.
Hi, y'all.
Howdy, ma'am.
Happy Friday.
How's it going? Wait,
It's gone. It's gone.
where'd you get that cowboy hat at, ma'am? What's on the sides of that?
Do you like it?
What is that, like a feather? What do you have on that cowboy hat?
It's white, red, and blue.
Very nice. Is it rubber? Is it foam? Like, what is this?
No. What is this?
What is this made of? Is it?
It's like I don't know. What is it? Out of maybe felt, paper, a mix of things.
It's paper? Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious.
It's not quite a real one, you guys. Well, it is real. It's sitting on my head. It's not a virtual hat.
Yeah. I
Terry
like it.
has
I
a
like it.
Yeah. I like your hat. What is yours made out of?
Styrofoam.
The best ever.
I'm told that I look really good in a normal cowboy hat. I just wear this one because it's funny. But it's styrofoam. There's nothing. I don't even know what this whole thing is about. I don't know what you need. Why your cowboy hat needs a string on it like it's a helmet or something. I don't know where this came from.
You know why? Because when it gets windy, it'll just blow the hat up.
Yeah.
Yours is a fancy one because you have that. Mine is not fancy. I need to upgrade. I think I need to upgrade. Speaking of upgrading, what do you guys think? Do you think you want maybe like a free account today? I don't know. Maybe another giveaway?
I think so. So. Yeah.
Chat, type in W if you want to win a free account.
Oh, do that. And while you're doing that, Terry, they want me to bring up the chips. I talked about these chips that I got the other day. I have to go get it. Trust me, it's worth it. I'll be right back. Okay.
Ooh, chips. I wonder if Matt is talking about potato chips or poker chips. Okay, I'm seeing lots of people who would like to win a free account. Paul, Brett, helpful potato chips. You're thinking potato chips. Someone said gold chips. Yeah, gold chips would be awesome. Eric Lake says, yes, you want to win a free account. Okay, everyone, go share our stream on all of your socials. Get everyone to smash the like button, and a free account code might drop before the end of the show. I don't know when. It is possible. This might happen. I don't know when. It could happen in the next few minutes. It can happen at the very last second of the show. We don't know. Yes, I see lots of people wanting to win. We love that. Thank you, you guys, for such an amazing week. We all had so much fun. Okay, chips. You have chips for us, Matt? Ooh, what's that? What do you guys think Matt has for us? What type of chips? Dill, pickle, potato chips? No? Oh, we can't hear you. I can't hear you. Is my thing broken?
These are my favorite chips. Miss Vicky's jalapeno, but hold on. I got a cool story. Out of breath. I ran up 3 flights of stairs. Let me show you something cool. These right here, I ordered a box of bags of chips and I got a defective bag. And I have to tell you the story of the defective bag. These right here are my favorite chips now, second favorite chips, spicy dill pickle. But I have a defective bag, and I tell you, everybody was asking to see the chips the other day.
Yeah.
What makes it defective is that these things are covered in like 10 times the amount of seasoning that a chip would normally get. Look at this. It's almost black on the edge of this.
No
Let me show you guys one more.
way.
It is so much seasoning on these chips, and they are so good. So I save these chips. Every once in a while when I want a treat, I'll just eat one of them.
Oh my God, that's so awesome. I've never seen a bag of chips. It's like you have like triple, quadruple the amount of seasoning.
It's 10 times the amount of normal seasoning. So I'm going to show you a comparison between the two of what like a normal chip will look like and like what the seasoning chip looks like. And IDOC and I, every once in a while, it's like compare the two. Okay. Can you see the difference?
Yeah, totally. It's a different color.
Okay. I'm going to eat one. I eat one like, oh my God. So much pickle flavor. Anyways.
Yum. So do you like the fried pickles? Do you like fried pickles?
Oh my God. So good. But yeah, so if you ever get like a defective bag of chips that comes with extra seasoning, you know, that's like the luckiest day of your life, I promise.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing the delicious chips with us. Now
I told them the story and I promised them I would bring the chips next time and I forgot to do it. So
Thank you. I think we all want some potato chips now. Miss Vicky's is the best chips.
Sorry for eating in the mic. Yep. So anyways, they were asking, they were like, Matt, bring the chips. Yeah. So what's everybody's favorite potato chip, by the way?
I love a good barbecue chip.
Do you like kettle chips or do you like the thinner, like Lay's kind of thinner chips?
I like all chips. I like the ripples in the chips.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the kettle chips too. Kettle chips is like the crunch.
Yeah, those are I like when like really crunchy too.
Yeah. What is your I see kettle is better. Beavis says kettle is better. Alex says kettle chips undefeated. Sun chips. Eric likes sun chips.
Yeah. Sun chips are good. Very good. But I would tell you guys, if you had the spicy dill pickle, they're amazing. And it was just so crazy because whenever I opened the bag, I looked at it. I was like, did they spill dirt in this or something? There's like so much like black sand in here. And it was just like piles of seasoning at the bottom of that bag. And I almost am like asking, I wonder if I could just call a potato chip company and say like, can you just give me some extra seasoning? You know, I want to like extra season my chips.
What if they sold that separate?
This was a whole crazy business idea, right?
Right.
Yeah,
I like that.
Exactly.
Is there an echo? Am I echoing? Someone in chat said, Terry, you're echoing. I think it sounds fine. No, we're good.
You're not echoing here.
Thank you, chat.
Somebody just can't get enough Terry. They're watching you in two places at once.
Aw, thanks, guys. So we have to celebrate IMI. We celebrated IMI in the last show, but I just want to do another shout out. IMI passed a promo, an eval using our promo code YouTube to win another free account. So if you buy a Starter Plus account and use code YouTube and or an expert account and you pass that eval, you will receive one for free. So congratulations, IMI. Oh, I passed one too, Matt. Did you hear this week?
No, I didn't.
That promo? Yes, I did. And so I got the email that says, congratulations. Here is your special code for your free account that you earned. Yeah.
That's
really
so cool. Yeah. That's so nice to like get a free account because it's a backup account in case you fail the first one.
Yeah. It's like 2 for 1. So I want to get 3 funded, like eventually, right? Have all 3. That and I definitely want one of them to be an expert. So I can just, go to the moon. How's your
that's
trade?
awesome. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. Soul Trader says Doritos. Yeah. Doritos
is always a good choice. You can't go wrong with good Doritos. Zapp's spicy Cajun crawl taters. I love Zapp's. I don't know if you guys get Zapp's anywhere else in the country, but down here in Texas, we get all the good stuff. There's Louisiana chips.
Yummy. I think we have to wear these hats more often.
I actually should probably should get more novelty cowboy hats for my arsenal. I don't have that many of them.
I know Barbie has a bunch. And she has some real cowboy hats, like real ones.
Yeah. I have one. It's just not here.
Okay, so I will be back in a little bit. I'll see you guys soon. All right.
Bye, ma'am. See you later. All right. This is gonna go over here. Yeah, but anyways, like every once in a while, as you guys are asking, it's just so like in the bottom of this bag, there's just so much of this seasoning in here. I mean, I could like pour it into my hand. There's so much of it. But what I do is I keep these chips in the freezer. And then every once in a while, when I'm having a bad day and I just want to have a better day, I will eat one of the chips. We got to make them last forever because this is a once in a lifetime chip bag. So now it's going to go over here in the mini fridge to preserve them for all of eternity. Or for whatever it's worth, There's nothing better than having a potato chip that is completely 10x the seasoning. That was the best. You like all chips, but Zapp's is the shit. I do love Zapp's. Zapp's is really good. Zapp has a jalapeno chip. I'm not gonna lie though. Zapp's jalapeno chip is rather disappointing on the jalapeno chip world. You would expect, my family's from Louisiana. I'm from Texas, but my family's, from there. You expect with like the Cajun I got in my blood here that we love all things spicy, right? And I'm not gonna lie, Zapp's jalapeno, not that spicy. It's a little on the weak side. I was a little disappointed. Well, I'm not saying it's bad, but I want my jalapeno to have some zip to it. Zapp's voodoo is pretty good. It's an interesting flavor. I do like it. It's kind of like sweet and sour at the same time. It's pretty good. But yeah, the Zapp's jalapeno was very underwhelmingly not so spicy. And I kind of was like hoping it. I was like, okay, this is good. I'm like, all right, I'm going to get the kick that I want out of this. I love spicy stuff. I love spicy stuff so much that iDog makes fun of me because I'll walk up to the fridge. I'll get some hot sauce and I'll just put it in my hand and eat it. Or just chug from the bottle just because I want some hot sauce, like with nothing on it. I know that's weird, but I just get cravings for like hot and sour, flavor. And I will literally drink Tabasco from the bottle. Oh, here we get some movement on my trade here finally. That's good. I like seeing that. All right. If you build up extra profit on MyFundedFutures sim funded, do you lose extra profit because they can only pay $200 pay per cycle? You don't lose the extra profit. You just have to keep going, and then it accumulates a balance, right? If that makes sense. It's not like you lose it. You just don't get it yet. The payout cycles, you get only so much per cycle. And a lot of times when you have like total payout caps or limits, you do ultimately give up some of your sim funded if you go way over. Some of my accounts I've had that are like that before as well. Like I can only take out $20,000 profit, but they made $50,000. That's just part of the game as well. So some of them will be like that. Do I like Taco Bell Diablo sauce? I do. I love it a lot. But the funny thing is though, even though Taco Bell has a whole arsenal of really, really, really good hot sauces, I still only use the mild sauce because I love the way it tastes. Although I do love all the hotter sauces I like to put on my stuff. For some reason with Taco Bell, the flavor of the mild sauce is just like, it's a cool flavor. I don't know. I like it. It's like sour and tomatoey. I don't know. But I do love the Diablo sauce. I actually put it on other things. And with Taco Bell, you can buy the sauces in the little glass jars from the grocery store down here. So I've got those in my fridge. Oh, yeah. All right. We had a little bit of a pop candle. Now we're dropping again. What is going on here? I think the market is like locked in for expiration. It is trying its hardest to not go anywhere right now. And interesting because we have 2.5 hours left until the market closes for the week. And I'm curious to see how we do finalize this. There's not a lot of movement for recovery if it does start selling off. That's why I'm kind of worried about this trade that I'm in. So we'll see. See what happens here. If the market decides to sell and lose this pocket, it's going to be very hard in the next 2 hours to get some movement to go back up. So I don't like the downward lower consolidation, and then every pop is just starting to sell off a little bit. As much as I'm going to probably be a wuss on this, I don't even know if I want to baby. Although I should probably take this trade every time as I do. Statistically, it's a good trade to take. But even this little rip, right, is still holding lower. And I don't know if the options are just like, theta locked. Essentially, like options are just sort of like, there's not enough pressure to like push through these options that are just being basically theta being burned. You have puts that aren't going in the money and calls that aren't going in the money. The market's just trying to burn both of them. And you're going to need significant pressure to move. Even this candle was alarming to turn around and pull back. So I don't even know anymore, to be honest. This kind of flat lack of momentum sucks. Am I bullish to a fault? Well, so let me start over. It may seem like I'm bullish more often than I'm bearish, but it's not because I'm bullish more in a thought. I'm bullish by default. The market's bullish by default. I follow the market more than anybody does. When it's a bear market, I will be bearish. Trust me, I will be extremely bearish. I'm just so good at sniffing out a bull market that I'm not bearish when I don't need to be. That's a good question. On a lot of bearish days, I also do go long. And let me tell you some cool statistics. You guys didn't know this. If you go to any chart, like an SPX chart, for example, and you count the monthly candles, okay, 70% of monthly candles are green in the last 10 years. Only 30% are red. So on the months, most months are green. If you count the daily candles on any bull run, right, or any bear run, you're going to notice that the daily candles are also 50-50, 50% red, 50% green. Just count them. Just go count a period of like hundreds of candles. You'll see it's about 50-50. So if most of the months are green, and even in the worst scenario, half of the days are red, it makes more sense to have most of your trades be bull trades. It just makes sense statistically. You're going to have more bull ops than bear ops in front of you. And under like my ideal rocket scooter conditions is where like the stocks are bullish and we have monthly gamma. Like we have this thing called greater market here. I have 3 indicators I look at that tell me greater market's bullish. In rocket scooter, where greater market's bullish, that actually becomes 70-30. So roughly 70% of candles are green on the daily versus 30 candles are red on the daily. So if 70% of months are green and 70% of days are green under ideal conditions, which we still have today, or we actually had today, we lost monthly hedge pressure, which loses all the ideal conditions there. But 7 out of 10 days will even be green. So statistically, the majority of one's trades, if you're just randomly trading long or short the market, if you randomly long one micro contract and somebody randomly shorts one micro contract and every day you close at the end of the day, the person that longs, assuming the one micro prevents you from blowing up, the person that longs will make more money than the person that shorts. That's just because the market exponentially goes up over time. And therefore, you're going to see me being more bullish than not, but doesn't mean I'm just naive to the bear side. It just means I'm usually just following the trend. And the trend is very rarely bearish, right? I think I've shorted maybe twice in the last 2 months, literally only twice. And that's for good reason, right? If I look at the market in hindsight, the market hasn't pulled back much in the last, 2 months. And it doesn't mean that shorting doesn't make money. If you guys are like, well, crap, that I short all the time. Doesn't mean shorting doesn't make money. It means with my style, on the way that I trade, longing is just more appropriate for my style of trading. In the last 2 months, I very rarely have pulled a short trigger. And these days where the market sells off and I'm still trying to long, I'm just clawing my way back from drawdown. But as you see, the long side was very favorable, even through Israel, Iran, Fed, all that stuff. I'm still longing the market because all the signs are still bullish. Now today, of the 3 indicators I use, 2 of them are bullish and 1 of them is not. One of them was bullish at the start of the day, which was the monthly hedge pressure, which we clobbered through right out the door. Now, what do I do when 2 of my indicators are bullish and 1 of them is bearish? Well, I am still bullish. I need a very, very, very strong conviction to be a bear because the market pretty much never goes down. It only is pushed down for a little bit of time. This is one of the things I also teach people as well, is that over time, if you look at the stock market, so the SPX chart on here, if you look over time on SPX, you will see that if I put like the weekly chart on here, over time, the SPX just exponentially goes higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, right? Put a monthly chart on there, you can see it as well. And it will always continue to go up exponentially forever and ever and ever and ever again. Just inflation does this. There will be a time period like in your grandkids' future where the SPX is like, it's flat, even our entire life is flat and it's still going up this way. It's just the nature of inflation. Everything is inflating, right? So even the value of stocks inflates just due to inflation. And so because of that, the market very rarely ever falls down. We can push the market down. This is why I tell people the stock market is like a helium balloon. It's always wanting to float up. And it's just floating up and floating up and floating up. It's like a helium balloon in water. And if you put your hands on the balloon, you can push the balloon underwater, But when you let go of it, the balloon pops back up to the surface. And then once wind hits it, it floats away again. Stock markets never fall, ever. They don't fall. If the stock market has no weight on it, there's no pressure, it just stays. It doesn't fall when we're done with it. The stock market actually floats on its own and slowly floats higher. We push it lower, and then when we let go, it pops back up, but it never falls, if you think about it like that. Okay. So when people think that like, okay, it's kind of topping out, I think it's going to fall. Well, I say it's topping out, it's probably going to hang. And it really needs a reason to be pushed lower. And then once we stop pushing it lower, COVID, we pushed it lower for months. And then once we let go, it pops right back up. And how do you know that it pops right back up? Because once markets are done crashing, you ever heard the saying that tops are a process, but bottoms are an event, right? The minute the selling stops, the market pops right back up. You never see the market fall and then sit at zero unless it's a GameStop, maybe back in the day. Now, jokes aside, you never see markets fall and stay there. Once they're done being pushed lower, they immediately get back to rallying, which is why almost all your bottom reversals have big wicks at the bottom and they're V-shaped or don't V-shaped. Markets don't just fall and sit low and stay at zero. Even when they sell, the worst crashes that we have tend to, once that selling stops, they continue to get back to floating. And so there's your proof the markets don't fall, because if they did, we'd sit at zero and they just stay at zero and go nowhere. The reason markets don't fall is because there's always a willing buyer at some price. It's always a discount to somebody. And it's a good analogy to have, right? So I never try to think that, it's stopped moving. Let me just bet that it sells off, right? Even when the market was crashing way back here, I went back and checked. About 70% of my trades were long, even in this bear market. So I was flipping some shorts out a lot of the time, but I wasn't necessarily like, because the market's selling off, I need to short every day. You can go count every bear market. I mean, you can just kind of eyeball this and you can see that there's about every red, the trajectory is down, but man, there's like 2 months of rallying in this downward market. There's half a month of rallying. There's a whole month of rallying. There's a whole month of rallying and consolidating. Bear markets don't just fall down. So even in bear markets, there's an enormous amount of bull opportunity in them. And so I very rarely shift my bias to short, but I'll tell you, when I do short, it's very obvious. And when I do take the short, it works very well because I need full confluence on it. So I don't just necessarily just, on days like this, it might just be the day that I took my long loss, right? And then I can just call the day and hit it again tomorrow. But it's something I've been trading has been, on the right side. If the bull trade doesn't work, which it looks like it's not working again, I can always just do this, just click the close button and then just close out. As I'm done with this trade, it's been up and down. I don't like it anymore. Let me close out. And then I come back tomorrow. It might be a bull day on Monday or whatever, and then I'll be good there. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. You guys understand that? Yep. So for me...
Oh, I was muted. Everyone, drop rockets in chat for Matt. Let's go. Such a great week.
I was wondering what would happen. I was like, why is she not talking?
Great week. Thank you for sharing so much with us, Matt. This week, I saw you were streaming yesterday morning too. You are just working so hard, just killing it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Chat, you guys are all amazing. Everyone listening, watching us all week long. MyFundedFutures loves you. We love you. We could not do the show without you. Thank you so much for viewing, for cheering us on, for spending the day with us. And as a reward, there will be a free account giveaway soon. Everyone pay attention. All of you hardcore viewers. There it is. 25 free 50K starter plus accounts. Use code FINAL125. Let us know if you got it, chat.
Wait, how many were you giving away?
25 free 50K starter plus. It's good, right?
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Oh, MDC, I got it. Habzi got it.
Very nice.
Shout got it. Nababa got it. Hopeful got it. Congratulations, you guys. Congratulations. What a week. Anything fun?
Congrats, guys.
Oh, your trade? Is it still on? I'm sorry.
No, I close it out. It was
Great.
up 1,000, back to 0, up 1,000, back to 0, up 1,000, down 300. And I'm like, let me just kind of wait it out and see if I get something better. Because honestly, if it's not picking momentum by now, nothing's going to happen maybe until closer to close. And so this lunch hour, probably not. So I crossed the key level. And so now I'm going to be a little more cautious here. I do have one more possible entry right down here at the 749 level that I'm going to be willing to take. That to me would be a good spot to hit right here.
Awesome. Are you going to stream after this, or are you done for the day?
I'm going to stream a little bit. I hear somebody at the door. We might have a visitor if you want to say hi really quick.
Yeah. It's the iTalk.
Hey, Terry says hey.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, girl.
Wow.
Good to see you.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Look at this. And Pickles here. Terry, look what I got. I got a bun me.
Yum. What kind?
I always get chicken. So, but I like all kinds for real. Thank you.
Oh, that's
I love the
so
shredded
sweet.
chicken. It's so good.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Hey, bye, Pickle. Bye, Doc.
Bye. Well, thanks. We will let you enjoy your bun me, Matt. Thank you so much for a wonderful week. Thank you, Pine Tree Trader, for coming on. Thank you to all of our wonderful and amazing viewers and listeners. Have a great weekend, and we will see you on Monday. And go watch Matt stream.
Yep. I'll be.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.